Morning, morning. Five of you. I probably should have put this up earlier so that this is a fairly important episode, so I'd like to see everybody's comments on it. Please share around. Yeah, I'm just going to change the whatever the icons or what do you call them, the emoji things in there, and put about the drinks. But I don't know. You know, it's a sensitive topic. I don't know if he just had the night off. If he had the night off, maybe some of you know, then, and he wasn't on call and things like that, that could be a bit different. Or maybe he has a problem. I know that one all too well. Anyway, Andy O'Brien and the drink he drinks. This episode was recorded, by the looks of it, over 2 days. So if you notice in the bottom left-hand corner, as TikTok and Sad then later pointed out, or reposted TikTok stuff. Thank you to both of you. May 30th is in the bottom left-hand corner here. I don't know if they've gone through and changed that. And now it's May 31st if you watch through a little later in the episode. So they recorded it over 2 days. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Facebook shares are great. A lot of traffic generated out of the Facebook. I'm not a big Facebook person, but that's just me. So thank you to TikTok and Sad for those keen observations. Perhaps you'll notice other ones. But I'm curious to see what all you guys observe. So good morning to Julia and Brenda and Nosy and Blue Nose. Are you working? Who all's working this morning? Seawood, Truth, and all. Does Truth take a day off? I don't think so. Where are we at? I'll start it in 7 minutes. So you guys can grab your drinky drinks too. Your drink of choice. Mark Evans, good morning. Happily retired. Thumbs up. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I need to try and accept things graciously. We've got Mark Evans in here. You are working, Nosy. Okay. Salty's working. Good morning to you. RCMP Arts and Crafts. Oh, Todd. Well, here, I'll read a story. This is a nice story. Gosh, I should read some. Apparently, somebody wasn't very happy with the that Jordan Peterson said that academia lied. Okay, fair enough. They thought that equated me with saying that I follow Jordan Peterson, to which I quite clearly said I didn't. But anyway, fair enough. Now, where is it here? This one. Okay. Share. Okay. Got lost at Costco trying to buy GPS. Oh no! Was there a partial call in to you, or were you, what was it? A distressed person, but only one police force notices it? HRP doesn't, even though they were there, apparently. I think that was a big fat phony. Why is it doing that? Oof. Oatmeal breakfast. Oatmeal breakfast. That's your drink of choice. It's very Irish, Scottish. Okay, so that sounds disgusting. Disturbing allegations. BC undercover training course. Oh, have they got a video on this one? Okay, let's watch the video together after the ads have gone away. Arts Commons. Oh, really? I'll have to say hello to somebody about that. Okay. No, I don't really want to watch your ad, so we'll get that out of the screen, whatever that is. Irrelevant garbage. Okay. Now it's gonna. No, wait a second. Yes. Hold on one moment. If I want to get the audio in, I have to, because they've done something to my computer. Boo. Where's this one? Right here. Okay.
We begin tonight with astonishing allegations about what happened during a course that trains undercover police officers. Now, one of BC's police watchdogs says it wants to go outside the province to find an investigator into the alleged misconduct. And a warning, the story contains graphic details. Here's CTV's John Woodward.
At Vancouver's Sheraton Wall Centre earlier this month, a group of municipal police officers converged for a training course on undercover policing. And shortly after it began, it was over. Stopped abruptly, CTV News has learned, after allegations of inappropriate behavior on the part of the attending officers. Sources close to the investigation tell CTV News the officers from agencies including the Vancouver Police and the Transit Police were posed a question in an undercover scenario: prove you're not a cop. Their responses: exposing genitalia, defecating on another officer, penetrating an officer using a vegetable, removing feminine hygiene products. Another source told CTV News the RCMP officers attending as guests complained. The Transit Police did not deny the substance of the complaints, telling CTV News the police agencies participating in the recent BC Municipal Undercover Training Course are aware of allegations that have been brought forward regarding the behavior of several officers during the course. As a result of the review, a request has been drafted to the Office of the Police Complaint Commissioner requesting an order for investigation. Instead, BC's Office of the Police Complaint Commissioner says it's going to try and take the investigation out of the province, saying the alleged misconduct involves municipal police officers from multiple BC municipal police departments and is alleged to have occurred within the course activities. In light of the number of BC municipal police agencies involved, the Commissioner has written the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General to seek assistance in identifying an investigative body appropriately independent of any BC agencies. Critics hoping for an independent investigation.
And then to hear about reports of really disturbing and inappropriate behavior being done under the guise of police training, under the guise of like undercover operations, is deeply concerning, because this is something that residents across BC are funding.
It's not clear if there are any criminal investigations going on as a result of the alleged behavior. What happens next in the investigation may be up to the province's Solicitor General. John Woodward, CTV News.
Okay, so deeply, I don't know, disturbing. Ooh, like, sure, you listen to it fast, maybe not less so, but ooh. All right, let's read the article. It's basically the same thing. However, the CTV one is a little bit more descriptive than the global one. One of BC's police watchdogs says it will go outside the province to find an investigator to astonishing series of allegations of what happened in the undercover. Trains undercover police officers. Okay, so undercover, and then who are the police forces that are they keep stressing municipal in this, municipal. And that kind of caught my eye. Municipal. Those actions are alleged to include exposing genitalia, defecating on one another. Yum. You know, those, there are some people who don't know that word. Doing a number 2. How did Johnny Depp refer to it? I forget. A Mr. Grumpy. Taking a Mr. Grumpy. Yum on another officer. Penetrating an officer using a vegetable. Don't want to ask if that's a male, a female. No idea. Who's doing the penetrating? Not sure. And removing feminine hygiene products. Yum. And I'm sure if that's what they're printing, you know that they're probably doing other things they shouldn't be doing. Multiple sources say to CTV News. I wonder if Ronnie McDonald is looking into this at all. You know, that would be Felix's friend, you know, the Happy Wheels of Justice, all that stuff, East Coast, West Coast garbage. Ronnie used to be the head of the CERT. He was the founding member of CERT at one point. They like to do things in conjunction. Ronnie and Felix. Ronnie's come and helped them out on some stuff here lately with the down on the East Coast. 24 officers, okay, from a wide variety of agencies, including Vancouver Police Department and Vancouver Transit Police. Like, I'm sorry, Transit Police. These are the people who take your ticket, right? Do they need to be penetrating each other with vegetables? Doing Mr. Grumpies on each other. That's sick, man. That's very disturbed. To prove that they're not a cop, these are the lengths that they're going to go to. Of course they are. But who runs the biggest undercover program in the country? Undercover traffic cops. I don't like, this is why I'm so opposed to undercover work, because I think, you know, you get rid of undercover work, you just do good old-fashioned policing. Perhaps it goes a little NYPD style. You probably clean up the streets a lot more. You don't need to be penetrating each other with vegetables and removing feminine hygiene products from each other. No, or doing Mr. Grumpies. And if that's what they're willing to write about, like I said, the Global article is a little cleaner. They leave out, I think they leave out the Mr. Grumpies, or they leave out the feminine hygiene products. One of them. Yeah. For bus tickets. Fare jumpers. Really. Okay. And it just keeps stressing municipal, and it just keeps going on. You'll just BC municipal undercover training course, municipal, all throughout here. BC municipal. That kind of caught my eye, right? I mean, I'm like, yeah, okay. So if we go to, where is it here? Actually, I don't need to worry about that. Well, this is from the Global article. I could go to that article, but Oh, one moment. Members of the RCMP, this is an excerpt from the global one. Members of the RCMP also attended training, but were not participating. Global News has learned. Global, who of course has been so forthright in their reporting, Beth, etc., pushing the narrative. I don't think Global's necessarily the people's friend. So RCMP were there. Quote, there's no RCMP internal or outside agency investigation dealing with any allegations against the RCMP or against a RCMP employees or employees related to the course or the concerns that you raised, RCMP told Global News in a emailed statement, I'm sure. Email. They like the email. So the RCMP deny that they were penetrating or doing Mr. Grumpy's, but I wonder if, they do that sort of thing in their own course. They were clearly there. Yeah, disgusting. Disgusting. I think I should just probably highlight the actions. Those actions are alleged to include. I suspect they're not telling you the rest of the story. There's probably more going on between fair jumping cops and traffic cops. Why do we have undercover again? So that they can do this to each other? Amazed it was published. Of course, this is published the same day that 2.5 grams of cocaine, MDMA, methamphetamine, etc., is decriminalized in BC now. Yes, because that seems to work well. Yum. And the BC drug story, of course, is just a test run. It appears as though the federal government will be looking quite closely to see that BC doesn't charge anybody for 4 grams or over, because they actually want to do full decriminalization of all drugs, coast to coast. That's nice. Maybe then, they're doing Mr. Grumpy's. Pigs. Yeah, that's pretty gross. Pretty gross. Here, just kind of as graphic as it may be, envision that two police officers. I don't know, some of the ones maybe. I'm not saying they do that, but could it be like officers that we see? Are they doing grumpies on each other when they go and do undercover work? Who's done undercover work? Lee's done undercover work. Lee Bergerman. Other people in the this story have done undercover work. I think Chris may have been involved in undercover work. Lee Bergerman's husband was involved in undercover work. Again, it does say municipal BC, and this is the training program that they have currently. But I'm trying to picture some of these people defecating on each other in my head visually. That's a foul thought. How do they still have jobs? Not sure. You're paying for it, though. I don't think Nova Scotia is a have province. So in terms of transfer payments, I don't think you're sending BC money. But definitely Alberta is, so I'm paying. Yum. Thanks for that. And even if you're not a half province in terms of transfer payments, you'd be doing it from your federal taxes. Yuck. Yuck. Who needs Nova Scotia hot tub parties when they have Vancouver police training seminars? Good point. Ugh. You have dirty tricks. Wow. Ooh. I think you're right. I bet you they leaked the story. The RCMP leaked the story for dumping fucking Surrey. Ooh, that is good. Good catch. Well, you're swifter than me, so wow. Good job. Good job. Anyway, just complete and utter depravity. I'll link the story. And you can check out Global. I'll actually archive that because, you know, those are kind of stories you want to keep around. That one's not going to go out of my head for a while. Oh, looks like 6 people have already done that, so they've saved me the time. Foul. I wonder if Global has a story on it, a video, since I got the email last night. Thank you again to the person who sent that to me. It's not that one. Because then I suspect they'll talk about the RCMP in that story. And they're, oh, we were there, but we didn't do anything. Oh, looks like there may be a video. All right. Let's see here. So I've got to change this thing again. Go away. Do it like this, like this. I'll get rid of the ad in the background while we're doing that. Okay. Oh. Appalling allegations. You don't say. You don't say.
Allegations about what occurred. Disturbing allegations about what occurred during a recent BC Municipal Undercover Training course have prompted an investigation by the Office of the Police Complaint Commissioner. And according to BC Solicitor General, it's possible there could even be a criminal investigation.
They will have the ability to fully investigate what's taken place. And obviously, you know, if during the course of their investigation, something was found that was of a criminal nature, then, the criminal process would flow from there.
A Global News investigation found that during the undercover training course at a Vancouver hotel, officers were asked to role play and show how they might convince someone on the wrong side of the law they weren't police officers. This allegedly included an officer defecating on another person, using food in a sexual manner, and more extreme acts. Global News contacted the policing agencies that had officers enrolled in the course. Their responses were similar. They won't be commenting as long as the investigation is underway. News of the allegations is prompting questions about how the training could impact court cases.
When police officers are not following proper training procedures in conducting undercover work, when they're not properly trained, this raises greater concerns that there is an abusive process or that there's shocking conduct on the part of undercover agents that has led to the discovery of evidence.
Approximately 24 officers attended the undercover course, and 9 are believed to be under investigation. The OPCC has indicated that an agency outside the province will be conducting the investigation. Catherine Urquhart, Global News.
Ew. Well, see, more extreme. things. Ugh. And it was half of them that were participating in this, at least. Transit cops? Really? Okay, so it looks like then, is that Global that broke the story? This may explain things a little bit more. 2 p.m. May 31st, 2 p.m. Global runs the story. And the first story comes out at 5. So yes, it was Global that broke it. 9 out of 24. Well, that's about half. 1 and 2.5, I guess. Hope everyone ate. Yeah. More extreme acts. So they're the only, and the RCMP were there. So, and didn't do anything. I think Todd's absolutely right. I think, Global has a good relationship, it appears, with RCMP. I suspect that's why you get the Brenda stuff all this time, and the whatever, far and away, Sarah, and the withholding of interviews down in Onslow that were recorded in the summer, but that they didn't put out until December. All of the photos that they had that they were holding on to, they just peter out information. Global did throughout the whole Nova Scotia thing. They're holding on to tons and tons of things. I think Global very much is in bed with RCMP. So yeah, Todd's point is a very, very good one, because Surrey got the boot. Surrey is the home to the RCMP. So why not? Why not pay them back? Shit all over, because Surrey participated in this. That was listed, I think right away. Surrey was in there too. Let's see here. I know I did read it. Oh, did they change this article? I think they did. See, now it only says Vancouver Police Department and Metro, and the old article included New Westminster. I do remember that. I wonder if the archive version has that. New Westminster, Surrey. The transit one really disturbed me. I mean, who needs to take a dump on somebody else because of a? This is what undercover shit is all about. Like, literally shit. Yeah. Good morning, Tara. Good morning. Good morning, Nova Scotia grown. Tara, those of you who don't know, Tara lost 3 family members in Nova Scotia. Aaron Tuck was Tara's brother. And so obviously Emily and Jolene on that fateful night. So Tara's been long, upstanding friend of the channel. So thank you very much for being so outspoken. We all love and support her. How long has this been going on behind closed doors? Who knows? Who knows? Pretty foul. Pretty foul. The mention of more extreme, though, like when I hypothesized, like, if that's what they're telling you, what the hell else are they doing? And then they did say it. Those were amongst acts, but there were more extreme. I'm like, ooh, disturbing. Jesus, good morning. I think it's Jesus. Okay, so let's get back to why we're all here. The Andy show, the Andy O'Brien show. Where was that? I had that lined up here somewhere. Is it this one? No. Okay. always interesting to see the transcripts that they're willing. They put them out only in oh, alrighty, the porn bots are in here. Guess they don't like people talking about their undercover programs. Maybe we should just run underneath there. Where's that? The Balin. Where have I got that? The Balin thing. That really pisses them off. Where was the Balin? Balin. Oh, I'll have to find it. I'll put it up. The transcripts, they always fuck around with the transcripts. As you can see, like these things print off right away because they're using scan. So sometimes they have the transcripts out and sometimes they don't. And it takes them a while because I think they fiddle with them some and fart with them some. No proceeding. Like, why do you even have it then if there was no proceeding? So is that the day that they canceled? View transcripts. Big Stop took a long time for it to come out. Both the witnesses' transcripts are a no-go. And it's not as though, I know people will say, oh, it's just because it takes a long time. No, it doesn't. It's like instantaneous. They have those things. They just fire them off. Print as you go. Thank you for... Yeah, I don't... Thank you. Yes, please share, because I think this episode, because it is an episode, Andy and the fucking shit show. That they don't even want to talk about. Rule 43 doesn't want to appear. Even though I think they're... All right. So 6 hours, 27 minutes. Again, the date changes in the bottom corner. Let's see. We can just...
wanted him to be thinking about.
We got May 31st there. And... oh, they fix it now? May 30th. May 30th?
Really trained and
May
respected
30th?
and supported, and that new members.
Even with their after timestamp, May 31st. Great eye. I'm sure there's other things you'll notice. Oh, he looks a bit red. The days of being red. I remember those. About the 8-minute mark, it changes. Of course, these are just timestamped that are put on later. Yeah, those were the kind of emojis I wanted to put on, but listen, I had a drinking problem, so. And to be fair, I don't know, was it his night off? Does anybody know? We should have titled this one Andy and the Shit Show. I don't think YouTube allows foul language in their titles. My poor mouth, my grandmother would slap me silly. If you believe you're in danger. Oh, you're sending off complaints, are you, Nova Scotia? You're just sending off complaints to the law enforcement. Like they're gonna do something. I don't think they're not very happy about the channel. Morning, Alex. Sure, I've got everybody here. Nikki, good morning. I believe that they made a note. They made a note that there was an error. Listen, they recorded it. So again, right there. Do you see? They're inserting timestamps. They're not real. Oh, oops, we inserted the wrong one. They can't even get that right. Wow. I'm going to have 4 or 5 drinks, let you know. Is that rum, wine? Is it 2 or 3? Are you sure? You don't know? I don't know. O'Brien was off work due to COVID. Okay, so see, fair enough. He's off work. I don't want to be judgmental. But you know, if he was impaired, he shouldn't have been working. That's all. He should have said, you know, I can't do this. I don't know. Maybe that's what Craig Learning did. He just didn't answer the phone, or so we're told. And Staff Sergeant Craig Learning, he did get charged with DUI. He's currently up on charges right now, and a code of conduct. That Craig Learning, Staff Sergeant, Cumberland County, the head of Cumberland County, to which he did a mad advertisement afterwards via the RCMP. I think it was on their official RCMP thing. Yet he was charged only a couple of months beforehand. Sad. Very sad. Again, innocent until proven guilty, but seems to be a drinky drinks problem going down. His first lie, a couple of drinks of wine. Yeah. Went from a couple drinks of wine to 4 or 5, and then 4 or 5 glasses of rum. So don't know what's going on there. Morning, Jamie. Jamie's. It's good to have family in here. Give them the support and the love. Come on. You know, that's what we're here for. All right. So without much further ado, let's continue with the garbage show. It is timed out at 6 hours, 27 minutes, but I believe there will be, as you can see, breaks and breaks and breaks. Watch the water. I was told the water thing may be a ploy so that they can say that they basically have to go pee. Continuing on. Oh yes, make sure that your cell phones and things are off while the movie plays, please, because you don't want to disturb other clients. Sorry, I'm always sorry that, stopping things. Here is the note that they said about their timestamp thing when it was finally shown that they had a problem. Please note the date stamp on the video is incorrect until 9:42 a.m. The testimony was heard on May 31st, 2022. Derp. They're the ones who put the timestamp in themselves. Come on, man. Can't we see? They're putting in timestamps all over the place, and they can't even do the right ones. They don't even do it the right ones down at the gas station. So obviously you can't have both of them working at the same time. He's either in there or he's not. All right. Oh, this is the one I want. Witness, here we go. Share. All right, let the movie play on.
Good morning. The webinar will be commencing shortly. I will do a quick roll call. If you are expecting counsel to be present whose name is not called, please advise them that we will be starting momentarily. Throughout the day, as we take breaks, the slide on the Zoom webinar will be updated to reflect when we expect to return. Linda Hupman, Glenn Anderson, Jane Lenehan, Samantha Paris, and Tom McDonald.
Good morning, 𝙋𝙍𝙀. Thank you for following the work of the Commission again today. As explained in our decision of May 24th, we have directed that the testimony we will hear today will be recorded rather than webcast in order to remove the time pressure of a live proceeding and with the aim of obtaining the best possible evidence in the circumstances. Today, we will hear from Sergeant Andy O'Brien, who will provide knowledge of the communications and actions undertaken by 𝙋𝙍𝙀 command personnel on April 18th and 19th, 2020. The video from today will be posted to our website for the public as soon as possible. As noted in our May 24th decision, participant counsel were invited to submit questions in advance. And as was done with yesterday's witness, we will have two breaks where participant counsel will meet with commission counsel to identify additional questions to be put forward before today's testimony is complete. Media are reminded that there is an embargo on today's proceedings. However, that embargo will be lifted as soon as our session with this witness is complete. To assist the media, we will make it clear when questioning has concluded and the embargo is lifted.
I'm sorry, I got to stop that for a second. It's because that's just too funny. Did you hear him? This is pre-recorded, and they can't even edit it. Oh no! He said RCA MP. Reading problem? Do you have a reading problem? Can't read it? Maybe he's drunk.
I will now ask Commission Counsel Anna Mancini to proceed. Ms. Mancini.
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. As Commissioner McDonald indicated, my intention today is to conduct an examination of retired Sergeant Andrew O'Brien. Good morning, Mr. O'Brien.
Good morning.
Madam Register, Mr. O'Brien has indicated a preference to be sworn at this time. If you could proceed with that, I'd be grateful.
Just place your right hand on the Bible, please. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. So as Commissioner McDonald indicated, our focus today is essentially a continuation of evidence pertaining in large part to communications between essentially members of the Northeast NOVA command personnel in the course of the mass casualty. So today I'm going to be taking you through what is Exhibit 1461. It's the command decisions. That's kind of how we've referred to it. It's a foundational document. You've had a chance to look at some of the content of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so how it'll work, Mr. O'Brien, is when I refer to a particular paragraph, it'll come up on that screen that's in front of you, the text that I'm referring to. I'll read it out loud, but if you do have any trouble seeing it, just let me know and we'll adjust. I also want to make it clear that when I refer you to a paragraph, that is in no way meant to constrain or limit any of your testimony. Your testimony is what's key here. So I encourage you to correct any errors that you see, elaborate on anything that you think needs some further context. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. O'Brien, I'm going to first just go through some of your employment history. I understand that you joined the RCMP in 1990. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a year-long process for you because you did 6 months at Depot and 6 months of language training?
Yes, ma'am. 6 months of language training preceded my depot experience.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had it flipped. Okay, all right. And then following that, in 1991, you were posted to Newfoundland?
Correct.
Okay. And you were then in 2001 transferred to Hillsborough, New Brunswick, and you continued general duty service there?
Correct.
Okay. And about 2004 transferred to Cole Harbour in Halifax?
Correct.
Okay, and you were promoted to corporal at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And then in 2006, I understand you became the unit commander at the airport detachment?
Yes.
Okay. And then 2008, you became the field coach coordinator for the province of Nova Scotia?
Yes.
Okay. Have I got the title right there?
Field coaching coordinator.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And this was a new position, I understand. Was that correct at the time?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And do you mind telling me just sort of high level, a sense of what that role entailed?
The field coaching coordinator's position was a position to help manage the influx of new members into the division and ensure that coaches were properly trained and instructed and supported, and that new members had the full benefit of the field coaching program in existence at the time.
Okay, so you're sort of overseeing new recruits being paired up with coaching officers?
That's correct. And
Okay.
every member that joins the RCMP completes 6 months in depot and then 6 months of field coaching in the field before they become a fully trained or fully fledged constable.
Okay. So then I understand in 2012 you were promoted to sergeant?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time you became the career development resource advisor. Have I got that title right?
Correct. One
Okay.
of 3 in the division, 4 in the division.
Okay. And do you mind, again, just given that it's somewhat a different position, do you mind telling us a bit high level about what that is?
The career development and resourcing advisor's position is a position that deals with the posting, training, and career aspirations of members within the division. It is that job's role to ensure that members have access to career development opportunities, guidance, and support, and also to conduct transfers to fill the operational needs of the division.
Okay. So I take it you're essentially assisting in determining how to rotate members based on new positions that are needed or vacancies that need to be filled, and matching that up with individual officers' interests and career aspirations?
Correct. It
Okay.
would be called human resourcing in the civilian world.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. And then in 2015, I understand you made a lateral transfer to traffic services, the Northern Corridor Highway Patrol in Northeast Nova?
Correct.
Okay, so that would be the Bible Hill and Amherst areas?
Correct.
Okay. And then in 2018, you became the operations NCO of the Bible Hill Detachment?
Colchester District, Bible Hill office, yes.
Colchester, yes. Okay, thank you. And can you tell us a little bit about the roles and responsibilities that are associated with that position, operations NCO?
The operations NCO is essentially responsible for delivering policing services to the clients of the district under the direction of the district commander.
Okay, so under the direction of the district commander, so in this case, the district commander would be Staff Sergeant Al Carroll at
Correct.
that time? Okay, so you reported to Staff Sergeant Al Carroll?
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of delivering the police services, can you indicate who would have been reporting to you within that detachment?
Yes, the operations NCO was responsible for the 4 operational shifts, and there's a 5th corporal in the district. On paper, that corporal reports directly to the district commander, which is a bit of a unique situation in just related to Colchester District, but the operations NCO worked closely with that corporal to ensure unified service, and that corporal was responsible for the general investigation section, the street crime member, and the court liaison member.
Okay. And I am going to ask you a little bit about the specifics of the Bible Hill detachment soon, but I'm wondering in general, with respect to operations NCO, would you have familiarity engaging with, for instance, the kids program?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Absolutely.
And you'd have familiarity engaging with pros?
Yes.
Okay. And would you have occasion or opportunity to use pictometry?
I don't ever recall using pictometry. It's entirely possible that at some point we were trained or briefed on it, but my any mapping needs I had were filled by kids or by Google Maps.
Okay. Okay. So you were, but you did routinely use essentially kids and pros?
I use kids and pros on a daily basis. Yes.
All right. Okay, and I understand you retired in November of 2020?
Correct.
Okay. And just in terms of some of the general training, I understand you were IARD trained, obviously, throughout the course of your career?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever engaged in IARD instruction?
No.
Okay. And did you ever have any training specific to overseeing a critical incident?
It was sort of parallel training. I was trained on, I can't even remember what it's called now, to train to work in the Division Operations Center, DOC, Division Emergency Operations Center, in case of mass incidents, but that was a limited role as one of the support personnel. And while I was at the airport, I trained with external agencies on disaster scenarios. Most of those were things like radiological, biological, nuclear threats, lost persons, things like that.
Sure. Okay.
Parallel, but not specific to the CIC system.
Certainly. And so would it be fair to say you had certainly training and familiarity with a procedure in events of environmental disasters, weather disasters, missing persons, but not necessarily any training specific to overseeing a critical incident involving an active shooter?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, we had started to talk a little bit about the Bible Hill detachment, and you had mentioned the 4 operational shifts. I'm wondering if you can break that down a little bit for me about the shift structure at the Bible Hill detachment specifically.
At the time, the Bible Hill detachment had 4 operational shifts. Each of those shifts was made up of 6 or 7 positions. As with any operational unit, not all the positions are ever going to be filled at once. But each of those shifts would be made up of 1 corporal, and the remaining positions would be constables. That corporal would be the team leader and reported directly to me.
Okay. And so these 4 shifts, I take it, rotate on 12-hour shifts?
10-hour shifts,
10-hour shifts
at the time. And they would, yes, rotate. There's some overlap. We had, I believe, 1 double shift per week when we had the bulk of 2 shifts working at once, just by virtue of the way the shift schedule was structured.
Okay. And on these shifts, there's the team lead and several other constables. Are they divided in terms of their service or their coverage into certain zones, or is it just sort of a general coverage of the entire geographical area?
Members are assigned to specific positions which are assigned to certain geographical areas within the district, but functionally, the members working would cover the needed area irrespective of their specific zone. The only real exception to that is the members working in the Tatamagouche area would try and spend as much time per shift as possible in the Tatamagouche area where it was rather distanced. And we had a sub office there so they could work out of that. And we also had a sub office in Shubenacadie. Sorry.
Sure, no problem, no problem.
One of the two. And members would try and work out of there whenever possible, but typically it was a very busy unit. Members would go where the calls were, irregardless of where their position was assigned.
Okay. And so you referenced this briefly about how each shift was designed to have 6 or 7 positions, but that not all positions were filled. So how often, if ever, were you operating at full capacity?
Never.
Never. Okay.
Virtually impossible to operate a division with every position at full capacity.
Okay.
There's just so many members have vacation, sickness, training, secondments, paternal leave, maternal leave. It's just, I don't think I've ever experienced a unit that was operating with every position filled.
Okay. And given that strain, were there any policies specific to your detachment or specific to the RCMP as a institution with respect to the minimum number of members you could have on duty?
I'm not aware of any organizational policy, but in Colchester District at the time, we considered 4 the minimum number of people working per shift, as that's our minimum acceptable number.
Okay. And you were able to maintain that, generally speaking?
Yes.
Okay. And was there, did you notice or observe in April of 2020 any impact of COVID-19 with respect to functioning in the detachment?
Yeah, there was an impact. I myself was working from home primarily. I'm high risk medically for COVID-related illness. So there were people that were working from home, but for the most part, our operational members were all continued working in the field.
So in your position, Mr. O'Brien, would you have had oversight or I guess awareness of the training of each of the members, each of the constables and corporals of the Bible Hill Detachment?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any concerns with respect to any of the training of the members in the Bible Hill Detachment?
Concerns were addressed at the time. I kept a chart of every member's training, what they needed, what they wanted. For the most part, division training section enabled or ensured that members received all mandatory training in a timely fashion. I don't recall a situation where we had anybody that we had to remove from service because they were missing mandatory training.
Okay. And maybe I'll ask you specifically too about carbine training. I know carbine training is not required. Is that correct?
I always thought it was, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, nope, I could be mistaken. And we know, for instance, on this particular evening of April 19th, we had 4 members respond, 3 of whom were carbine trained and 1 who was not. Constable Colford was not. Was there any design or plan with respect to arrangement or staffing of members who are carbine trained versus not carbine trained?
I'm going to walk my last response back. Carbine training is not mandatory. There's always an ongoing effort to try and get members trained in all operational training. There was Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure, and it's long-winded. So we know on April 18th, we had 4 members respond to the call in Portapique,
Right.
and 3 of those members were carbine trained. They formed the contact team and entered. 1 member, Constable Colford, was not carbine trained. And I'm wondering if the allocation of carbine training was a factor in determining who was on which shifts, if that makes any sense.
It would have been part of the global discussion anytime the district commander was considering assigning someone to a shift or moving someone from or to a shift. Anytime you move someone from one shift to another or assign someone to a shift, there's always going to be a lengthy conversation about length of service, skills, training, background, personality, you know, where they might live, what their interests were. It's a long and involved discussion, and absolutely, if someone had or did not have a particular type of training like carbine, that would be part of the discussion.
Okay, all right. So moving outside of the detachment itself, something that the Commission has been attempting to understand is to get a sense of the relationship and the dynamics between the risk manager and other supervisory personnel, including the operations NCO. So I'm wondering if you can give us a broad sense in general of how your position interacts and engages with the role of the risk manager.
It's my understanding that the risk manager's position was created to alleviate the necessity for managers to be on call essentially constantly, especially in small units where you might have a smaller command structure. Obviously, it's unrealistic to expect supervisors or managers to be on call always. The risk manager's position works 24/7, 365 in the Operational Communications Center in H Division and provides support, guidance, direction as needed for members who are working any time of the day, but most likely after hours when there are no managers around. To be clear, there are lots of lowly ranked members in this division who are entirely capable of working without direct or close supervision. But if there's a case where you need someone with more experience or rank, you have access as a frontline member to that 24/7. Generally speaking, in cases where the risk manager has a member who needs more direction or more long-term or more capacity than the risk manager can provide, the risk manager would try and return that to the local division, the local district management. Anytime there was a serious incident or something that required local knowledge, or again was going to be something that would occupy the risk manager on a larger scale, because that risk manager also has to service every other district in the division at the time. One of the managers would get contacted to step in or take over or provide the necessary support or guidance, direction, whatever.
Okay, so I take it in your working history, you've been contacted by a risk manager to respond to an event?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so when that happens, you respond.
Correct.
Okay, and is there a clear sense or is there a moment when it's established that you've taken a supervisory role over the situation?
Essentially, when you arrive on scene, you sort of, as a manager, take over and relieve the risk manager so he or she can go back to doing their job.
Okay. Okay, so it would be your view that if yourself or Staff Sergeant Carroll were to become engaged in an incident in Colchester District, your view is that once you're engaged, the risk manager is then able to hand the supervisory role over to one of that management team.
Ideally, but that's not always the case. We had a member-involved shooting a couple of years back, and obviously that's a very serious, very high-risk, complex incident, and we had to continue leaning on the risk manager for additional tasks. Certainly not on a, like, I need you here constantly basis, but there would be the occasional call to say, I'll need you to do this for me, or could you do that for me, contact this person. In the case of member-involved shooting, excuse me, one of the first calls we make is to the serious incident response team, because there has to be an outside investigation. So that call might have, I believe that call was made by the risk manager, as I was tied up looking at what complicated that situation was that it occurred within Truro police jurisdiction. So there was a lot of moving parts in that particular incident. So I tasked several other people to do different things at various times.
Sure. Okay. So is it fair of me to characterize it as essentially you, with a complex situation, once management is engaged, you may lean on the risk manager as a facilitator, but less so a supervisory role?
It would really depend on the situation. One of the wonderful things about the way the RCMP is structured is there's a lot of flexibility built into our response capabilities, because that's what we do every day. There are no two calls that are exactly the same. And we have a long history of figuring things out on the fly. And we're all very familiar with the concept of that may not necessarily fall exactly in my job description, but it needs to be done, it gets done.
Okay.
Did I answer that question?
Yeah, you did. I guess the follow-up question that I would have is, in your view, are there situations, and obviously we're going to be speaking specifically to April 18th and 19th of 2020, but are there situations where that flexibility that you've referenced create confusion or duplication of efforts in response to a critical incident? And I'm obviously just asking for your view on that.
Yeah, there are. I mean, you're creating a structure akin to a large business in a matter of minutes or hours to do, to try and hit a moving target that's unique and different. There's always going to be growing pains in any structure, especially one where you create on site in a ridiculous short time frame with a completely new or unknown business goal. You have to have all those various parts that a business would have. You have to have someone deal with purchasing and receiving and catering and 101 other things, external agencies and communication, and you're creating this thing on the spot in a form that's new and unique to just that circumstance. There are going to be crossed wires. There are going to be duplication of efforts. There occasionally are going to be things that are missed initially, but the flexibility that we have and the experience that the senior members bring to the table is their job is to identify those things and rectify them.
Okay.
There's no playbook for this.
No, I certainly appreciate that. Okay, well, perhaps we'll move into the events of April 18th and 19th of 2020 directly. I wonder, Madam Registrar, if we could pull up paragraph 73 of the command decisions foundational document. So this, Mr. O'Brien references Constable Basselt. While en route to the scene, Constable Basselt contacted the Bible Hill Detachment Operations Non-Commissioned Officer, Sergeant Andrew O'Brien, to advise him of the call from the Portapique community. Sergeant O'Brien was at home, off duty, on the evening of April 18th, 2020. He had consumed 4 to 5 alcoholic beverages between approximately 6 p.m. and 10 p.m., and therefore advised Constable Basselt that he would not be providing direction to him, but that he would contact Staff Sergeant Al Carroll. Sergeant O'Brien and Constable Basselt discussed the possibility of the perpetrator being in possession of a retired RCMP police cruiser. Sergeant O'Brien recalled that Constable Basselt told me that the complaint indicated that there had been a police car in the yard at the site of the shooting. Sergeant O'Brien indicated that after speaking with Constable Basselt and reviewing the dispatch ticket, his initial impression was that this could well be a murder and that it is possible that the perpetrator was in possession of a decommissioned police vehicle. So there's a few things that I want to unpack from this paragraph, but the first is the call from Constable Basselt. You recall receiving that telephone call?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall additional details of the call or the nature of the call, if you can expand on that for us?
I don't think there's a whole lot to expand on. Excuse me.
Yes.
It was my impression that the vehicle involved was not an actual replica, but was a decommissioned police car.
Why was that? What caused your thinking to go there initially?
Used to be when our police cars were sold off at auction after their service with the RCMP, that the decaling on the police cars would leave a difference in the paint. After years of sun and weathering, the paint would fade where the decals weren't. So when you remove the decals, you could still see the shape of the decals. And I have seen many former police cars in the community on which you could see the shadow of the decals, and you'd refer that as a former police car. When I was going to high school, there was a guy who made great efforts to obtain a former Truro police car and drove it around, and we used to refer to it as whatever his name was, cop car, because you could tell it was a former police car. And prior to this event, I would not have believed that someone could create a replica police car to match an RCMP vehicle. I had seen situations where in the United States, people had created replica police cars, but I would not have thought someone could come across the decaling, not accurate decaling, nor a light bar to create a vehicle and even go so far as to put numbers on it. If you had asked me beforehand, I would have said that's not possible. So it was a case of me not believing it could be a police car, although we did, I think at one point, somebody said we're going to contact telecoms just in case we have a police car in the area, or if there's a police car that's been stolen. But it was certainly my impression after the phone call that it was a retired police car.
Okay. So the paragraph also indicates that you had made the decision that given your consumption of alcohol, you would refrain from taking a supervisory role. So can you tell me about that? And can you tell me about I guess perhaps starting off, if the number of alcoholic beverages identified appears correct,
Um,
or if you recall.
4 or 5, yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Well, just to start off with, the RCMP Code of Conduct prohibits you working if you've been ingesting intoxicants. But also, anytime that you've been drinking, any member had been drinking, to work would bring into question the integrity of any decision making. I was not intoxicated, but that's not the point. The point is, there's always going to be a perception, if people are aware that you've been drinking or using any other intoxicant, that you're compromised to a degree. And that's not only is it prohibited by the RCMP Act, it's not, it would certainly negatively impact the confidence of the members around me and the community.
Okay. So there's the code of conduct aspect, and then also sort of a personal awareness of potentially raising concerns around your peers. Is that correct?
Yeah, and or members of the public, if I had to deal with a member of the public.
Okay. Okay. But then I want to take you to paragraph 143, if we could, Madam Registrar, because it seems that having made this decision to sort of refrain from engaging, at paragraph 143, we have...
Sorry, I just got to stop there for a minute. That's why he quit. Because he was going to get a code of conduct. They kind of skirted past that, but that's why he quit. He ran down his time on his pension so he could get it. December, he's out. So he doesn't get the code of conduct. That's what they do. Every time they get in the shit, they quit. And then there's no code of conduct, and then nobody gets in trouble, and everybody protects their ass. Look at Gately out in BC.
At 11:21:03, Constable Grund calling over the radio. He again called the risk manager, indicating that another team of RCMP members could be sent into Portapique. So for context, this is Constable Grund is at the head of Portapique Beach Road, and the contact team has already entered. Sergeant O'Brien answered Constable Grund and instructed him to hold off due to concerns about potential blue-on-blue, police-on-police crossfire. So the excerpt from the radio, Constable Grund says, "Risk manager, just checking. I know we have one team up there of 3. I think we have another 3 back here. We can send another team up that way." Sergeant O'Brien comes over the radio, "Hold off on the second team. I only want one team in there if we can avoid having anybody else in the crossfire." So there will be 2 questions from emerging from this. One is about the actual decision and the call to make, but the other is in light of the decision that you've made to refrain from providing instruction or taking on a supervisory role. This seems to be at odds or contradictory to that. Can you offer us some insight as to how you, what prompted you to change your mind and engage?
Yeah. I didn't know who it was at the time that was calling, not that it matters, but you'll notice that Constable Grund's transmission is about 15 seconds prior to mine. This is a case of me knowing the answer and not hearing anybody else intercede. To start with the decision itself, this is less a decision and more this is how we do business. In IARD training, we're told that you don't send a second contact team in to the same position as another contact team. If you
Do you do business drunk too? That's not very good. Kind of affects any kind of impairment, scientifically proven. That's why they don't allow people to drink and drive. Get out of here. You can't make decisions. It affects your motor skills. It affects every single thing that you do. You have one drink, That's enough. Boom. Stop with the BS, man. You shouldn't have ever been there.
You have one contact team in the first story of a concrete building and you have an active threat on the third story. Well, that might be a very different situation. You might send a second contact team in, but we have one contact team in an area with really no cover, just concealment. And this member's asking to send a second contact team in. The answer from any supervisor is going to be, no, we can't do that. It puts our members at risk of blue on blue or officer on officer fire, either through one team mistaking the other team to be the active threat or the active threat moving between those two teams and resulting in crossfire. But I heard it on the radio and waited what seemed to me to be a lifetime before anybody responded, and nobody did respond. My fear was that the member involved was going to take it upon themselves and go in. And as I did know the answer, and like I say, it wasn't a decision, it was this is our training. I said, hold off. We can't send another team in. We don't want anybody else in the crossfire.
So despite your earlier decision to not offer direction, you felt compelled in this instance to speak out over the radio in response to Constable Grunn's request?
Absolutely. And although I have no record of it, I am very confident that what I did after that was make a phone call to either Staff Sergeant Carroll or Staff Sergeant Halliday to let them know. Because obviously what had happened was when Constable Grund made that radio transmission, none of the managers or the commanders had heard it for one reason or another. All three of the people who were offering direction that night, Staff Sergeant Rehill, Staff Sergeant Halliday, and Staff Sergeant Carroll, were very busy people that night. And it's a case of obviously none of them heard the transmission.
Okay.
Or were in a position to respond to it, sorry.
No, that's fair. I'll just ask you directly, did alcohol impair your judgment in any way over the course of your response to the mass casualty?
I don't feel it did, no.
Okay. So
I need a little buzzer, like one of those. Bzz, bzz. That's not the truth. Bzz, bzz. I don't want to be too hard on this fellow. I really don't, because he's going to carry around a big bag of PTSD. Huge. But start telling the truth, dude. I know now it's all pre-recorded. It's all scripted. They were getting rehearsed on this shit. But dude, the more of this garbage you fucking cart around and tell everybody, oh, no, it wasn't me. Wasn't me. There was, not to intercede, I really shouldn't. But I remember growing up, my grandma told me a story about a guy who lived down the street from them. My grandmother's family was somewhat affluent. And so there was a fellow on the Titanic just down the street. Well, he dressed up like a fucking woman to get off. Women and children, remember? Women and children. Women and children. Children. Protect the children. So he dressed up like a woman. And, well, that was the end of him, apparently. That he never recovered. Mount Royal, his money, everything, gone. Good decision.
You've indicated reference to Staff Sergeant Carroll, Staff Sergeant Halliday, the risk manager. You yourself have made the decision to monitor the situation from home, and I understand you had access to a portable radio at your residence?
I didn't have one at my residence at that time. I had asked my wife to drive me to the office to get one.
Okay.
But I did have my laptop home, and my laptop was what I used at the office. So I had access to all the same capabilities I did from work.
Okay. So once you've returned from the detachment, you have access to a portable radio, and you have your work laptop, as you mentioned?
Correct.
Okay. And so on your work computer, once again, you've got access to kids?
Yes.
Okay. So you're able to see the GPS of where the RCMP vehicles are located?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand you're also able to review the notes on I think it's referred to as the CAD log on the KID system, the notes of call takers of 911 calls. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to follow those that night?
Yes.
Okay. So you would have seen the information that was being typed in relation to the 911 call of Jamie Blair?
Yes.
Okay. You recall seeing it?
I don't recall specifically, but I know I did read it.
Okay. And would you also have been able to follow the log pertaining to the 911 call of the Blair and McCulley children?
Yes.
Okay. And again, both of these calls reference the RCMP car or police car. Did that have any impact on your thinking or evolve any of your thinking since your conversation with Constable Basselt?
In terms of what I felt the car looked like?
Yeah.
No. It still, to me, in my mind, was a decommissioned police vehicle. Until I saw a picture of it that was distributed through cell phones. And I believe it came from Lisa Banfield, but I can't say for sure. I still didn't believe that there would be or could be a replica police car, a replica RCMP car.
Okay. So you have your work computer, you've got the radio. I'm going to ask you generally, did you feel being physically located at home as opposed to at the command post ultimately, or at the Bible Hill detachment? Do you feel that posed any disadvantage to your engagement in this incident?
It would have been easier for me to communicate with the managers had I been at the command post, but I wasn't working, so
yep.
It wasn't.
Okay. If I were to suggest to you that a person in a supervisory role can essentially immediately from home, provided that they have a radio and provided that they have their working laptop, that they could engage and meaningfully contribute in a critical incident. Does that seem fair to you?
It does, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right.
You have the work laptop, a portable radio, and a cell phone is what you would have anywhere you'd be. As a matter of fact, if I had been on scene, I would have had less capability because I would have had the mobile workstation in the car, which has less capability than the laptop that I used at my desk.
Okay. Okay, so you broadcast at about 10:37 p.m. The perpetrator's addresses, 200 Portapique Beach Road and 193 Portland Street in Dartmouth.
Mm-hmm.
And I take it you're accessing that information through your work computer?
Correct.
Okay, through the PROS system?
PROS.
Okay. And you also, later in that evening, I think it's around midnight or so, you accessed information about a traffic stop that had been conducted by Constable Dorrington that previous February. You also accessed that through PROS?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Madam Registrar, if I could pull up paragraph 194.
Maybe we need a buzzer counter. Is somebody, Julia, you want to track the buzzer counter? How many are we up to now? How many fibs? Somebody should be tracking the fib count. I wish I had like graphic skills. I could put the fib count in the corner. Fibs. Quit telling fibs. I wasn't working, but I was working. Lost count. If you go through the logs, you can see Basalt, Merchant, Patton. Good morning, oh dear, and good morning to Lily Baum. Good morning, good morning. Good to see you here. And there was somebody else in here. I don't like to miss people. Caper. Morning. The fib count. The fib bit. There you go. We need one of them. Basalt, Merchant, and Patton were getting very annoyed with him. O'Brien proves Chad was working because no work, no radio. Yeah, he had the personal radio. He had the personal radio, and he had his card inserted into the MWS, and that's why both things were logged on. So Chad Morrison, 12:18 a.m. What the fuck in Colchester? Excuse me. It was an Enfield radio, but your shift is the next morning. Somebody can do the fib count. That would be great. And just keep posting the fibs as you see them. Having problems, ma'am? Having problems?
Thank you. So I take it at midnight on April 19th, Constable Dorrington spoke with Sergeant Andy O'Brien. They discussed a traffic stop that Constable Dorrington had conducted on the perpetrator in February of 2020. The traffic stop involved a 2013 white Ford Taurus with license plate GMK 905. Constable Dorrington had taken a picture of the perpetrator's driver's license and saved it on his phone. Constable Dorrington and Sergeant O'Brien broadcast this information over Colchester radio and indicated that members could text Constable Dorrington to obtain a copy of the photograph. So then...
Sorry to interrupt again. This Dorrington twice at least, sending people the car. Come on, man. Everybody knew it was a real car right away. For some reason, something comes up. And then later the next day, oh, my wife sees a car. Everybody go to Brookfield. Half an hour away. If we can't see what the fuck is going on, we're blind.
And this is the Colchester quote, Constable Dorrington. So just a heads up to members, our SOC, he's associated, one of the vehicles he's associated to is a white Ford Taurus with RCMP deckling on the side, like the reflective striping, just so you are aware. Constable Neal says, copy that. Sergeant O'Brien says, members that want a picture of this guy, you can text Dorrington at his number and he will text it to you. So my first question out of this is it it's a normal means to sort of text out this photograph, or is it something that could be sent out through the MWS?
I assume that that telecoms has access or the ability to send pictures, information like that out on an MWS, but the cell phone is easier and more capable. I mean, if you're not in your police vehicle, you do have your cell phone with you. Cell phone is the most immediate and universal method of getting information out to members in a format like that.
Okay. So you felt it was an effective way to spread the photograph at that time?
Unless someone has a better way. That's cell phone that's the way, the best
Sure.
way.
Okay, and walk me through. So were you able in prose to observe the photograph, or did you just see the information related to the traffic stop?
Just the information on pros.
Okay, I see. And you subsequently contacted Constable Dorrington, who located the photo in his cell phone?
I don't know if I contacted Constable Dorrington or if he contacted me.
Okay.
Excuse me, but yeah, he had used his cell phone to capture the driver's license. That was typical of someone doing a traffic stop, is to capture the driver's license, and usually a picture of the driver's the license plate and a picture of the driver's license. So he obviously still had that on his cell phone.
Okay. Okay. I'd like to ask you about some of the broadcasts that you made throughout the first few hours of the mass casualty. You've come over the radio on a number of instances, particularly to communicate with the contact team. And you're often urging them to be cautious, to stay together, reminding them to wear their HBA. Perhaps as an example, Madam Registrar, if we could turn to paragraph 115. Thank you. And it indicates at 10:59, and forgive me, I'm jumping around in time of the night, but at 10:59, Sergeant O'Brien asked for the IR members to update their location and be cautious if engaging with the perpetrator. So the excerpt reads at 10:59:04, Sergeant O'Brien, can you clarify your address on Old Orchard? And then again at 10:59:28, Stuart, can you clarify your location for us, please? Constable Basselt says, we're in the front yard by 138. We may have found another casualty. Constable Basselt says, we also believe the suspect's in the area because there was somebody walking with a flashlight. You say, Sergeant O'Brien says, okay, if he's not still an active shooter, I want you to be very, very cautious. Do not be aggressive. What's the purpose of these comments to the contact team?
The first couple of comments are just, obviously, I wanted them to clarify their location. Not sure what the background context of that was.
Sure.
The comment about.
Sorry. That's a good point. Not sure if he ever sent it to Colford. She asked, but there was no reply. Really? Vicky Colford, who was on the pullover. Mm-hmm. Disinformation. They're shooting out disinformation to those who aren't on the red-in list. Muddying the waters. Nice job. Disinformation campaign. Wow. To cover your fucking real car op. Great ops. Real cars op. This is horrible. Not in the log. Why would you take a picture of a license and get it all? Nobody does that. It's total bullshit. Is Dorrington appearing anywhere? No. No. Where's his RCMP interview? And then you get certain publications and places spinning Dorrington. And Peterson's getting thrown under the bus right now. And there's an interesting part to that all. She said it would be helpful if she had it when checking the cars. She did not get a reply. Well, perhaps that's because she'd be like, well, I was on that pullover and I don't remember any such thing. So not in the way that you're saying it.
So if he's still on an active shooter, I want you to be very cautious. Do not be aggressive. IARD, or initial action, immediate action, rapid deployment, is a set of protocols. They're used when we have an active threat. If there's not an active threat, the contact team has a very risk-adverse approach. They have to be very cautious. If there is an active threat, then IARD is implemented with a very different set of risk assessment tools. Members are essentially rushing in as quickly as possible with very little regard for member safety. What I wanted Stuart to be aware of there was his decision-making process. Stuart is an exceptional member anyway, but under stress and in a situation that I'm quite sure he's never been in anything quite like it, I wanted to make sure that he's reviewing his decision-making process for determining what is IARD, should we use IARD, should we not? And it is his decision. It has to be the member on the ground because he has the information. I just wanted to remind him to go through that in his head, because if it is not IARD, then we do expect our members to adopt a very risk adverse. And I have a very strong sense of responsibility for the members that I'm responsible to. I lost a member in 2017 who worked for me. My nightmare that night was I was going to lose another member, and I wanted to make sure that Stuart was making the best decisions possible for he and his team. And
Oh, that's a fail. Buzz, you lose another member? You didn't lose a member till the next day. Buzz, lie, ouch, terrible, try to pull the psychological warfare shit. Fuck off.
I wanted him to be thinking about that and going through that in his head. Is this what I need to do? Is this the right approach at this particular time?
Okay. And I understand as the night continued on, there was additional discussion, more communication between yourself and Staff Sergeant Carroll and Staff Sergeant Halliday.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. And if we can go, Madam Register, sorry, to paragraph 181. Do you recall Staff Sergeant Halliday contacting you and asking to broadcast the REACT plan to the members?
Yes.
Okay. So paragraph 181 says, according to Staff Sergeant Halliday's notes, he called Sergeant O'Brien at 11:50, so about an hour after that broadcast we just looked at, on April 18th, and instructed him to radio RCMP members regarding potential engagement with the perpetrator. Members were reminded of their authority to challenge, if able, and use as much force as necessary to stop the threat. Sergeant O'Brien radioed the message over the RCMP Colchester radio group. So all members on scene, if you encounter the suspect, you are to challenge him. If he does not follow your commands, if you feel that there's a threat, you're to use as much force as reasonable to eliminate the threat. Everybody copy. So from a layperson standpoint, it looks to me like over the course of an hour, there's a fundamental shift in the instructions going to the contact team. Can you offer some insight as to that, or as to the directions?
a fundamental shift?
Well, the broadcast about an hour earlier is asking or advising the contact team to be very, very cautious, to not be aggressive. And perhaps it's just interpretation, but this broadcast is advising members you are to challenge him if he does not feel does not follow your command. If you feel there's a threat, you are to use as much force as is reasonable. To me, there's a shift there from sort of the risk adverse towards a more confrontational approach. Am I wrong on that, or can you explain that to me?
The first instruction to be risk adverse was to be risk adverse in their movement through the community and their approach to potential risk areas.
Okay.
Members, police officers in Canada have a highly ingrained knowledge of when to use force. And this message at 11:59 was all about use of force. The other message was about tactical approach. This is use of force. Those are two sides of an approach, but two very different sides, two very different hands. This broadcast, the one at 11:59, is about use of force and is nothing new to any of us. It's a reiteration of what our use of force protocols are in this case, and is much like my message to Stuart earlier. It's just a reminder to members that because this is a high stress situation, and we want our members to think about this, because in a lot of situations like this, your mind is not going to react the same way it does in a training scenario, or when you're out having a coffee or getting lunch or working on your files. So just in case, we're reminding our members, just so you know, these are our use of force expectations. And the broadcast earlier was about the tactical approach.
Okay. Okay. So so there's the earlier broadcast is about a tactical approach in dealing with a risk, and this is a reminder specific to use of force.
Correct.
Okay.
If the contact team had encountered the threat, even if it wasn't an active threat at the time that I made that initial broadcast, they would still be expected to use the use of force protocols that we all are trained to.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to move on, if I could, Madam Registrar, to paragraph 169, where there's discussion about the decision ultimately to send that second team into Portapique. So this is, again, around 11:50. Sergeant O'Brien directed 2 members stationed at the Portapique Beach Road staging area at the to attend at the McCulley residence to make sure the children were safe. So at 11:50, Sergeant O'Brien states, "Can I get 2 members at the intersection of Portapique Beach Road and Highway 2 to move down onto 135 Orchard Beach Drive? It's a red house, 4 children in the house. We need you to go down there and make sure the house is safe." Constable Neal replies, "Grund and Neal are heading now. Bravo 5, what's your car number?" Constable Grund. We discussed earlier the paragraph wherein you had ordered members to refrain from sending in a second contact team, and I'm wondering what has changed in the interval between that initial instruction versus this instruction.
First, I want to make clear that this team's not going in as a contact team.
Sure.
These 2 members are going in for a specific purpose to a specific address for a specific reason. I don't know the conversation that led up to this decision. It would have been a conversation with myself and one of the other staff sergeants, no doubt. There was obviously a feeling that we needed to get the children out of there, or at least have someone with them. But a risk assessment was obviously done, and it was felt that this was a necessary risk to take.
Do you recall who you would have had the discussion
No, I
with?
don't.
No, or the content of?
No.
Okay. Mr. O'Brien, did you have any role with respect to the establishment of containment in the early portion of the night on April 18th or into the early hours of April 19th?
Any role I would have had would have been limited to directing members at the request of one of the managers.
Okay. So you wouldn't have moved anybody without authorization from higher up the chain?
No.
Okay. We know of a broadcast that was made by Constable Colford early on in the evening. Sorry, Madam Registrar, if we could go to paragraph 101. That's where the quote is. Constable Colford was monitoring the intersection of Portapique Beach Road and Highway 2 and providing support to Andrew and Kate McDonald. Ms. McDonald advised Constable Colford that there was another road out of Portapique. Constable Colford aired the following information over her radio at 10:48:21. Millbrook, if you guys want to have a look at the map, we're being told there's a road, kind of a road, that someone could come out before here if they know the roads well. Did you hear this broadcast while you were monitoring?
I have no memory of it.
Okay.
It was my impression, and I don't know how I got this impression. I'm not familiar with the area, or I wasn't at the time. But it was my impression that the road that you're referring to did not connect to the community and was not passable by car. And again, I don't know how I came to that knowledge, but I remember when I learned that he had escaped the community through that road, my thought was, how did he get out there? You can't do that in a car.
Okay, so you're talking about the access point with Brown Loop?
Yeah.
Okay, so were there discussions, or I guess you had an awareness of Brown Loop itself at the time, did you?
I wasn't familiar with the topography.
Okay.
At the time, prior to this, I had never been into the community, although I'd been by numerous times. And I can't tell you how I had that knowledge, but it was obviously from a discussion with somebody that night, either over the air or over the radio,
More Dorrington disinfo? More something dreamt up later? Chain up, chain up, chain up. That's all that needs to be remembered. Chain up. First it was a rope, lie. Wasn't that what was her name? I forget what she said. Post lady said, rope, bullshit. It was a chain and it was up, which means you're being chased and pursued and everybody's chasing you, but you get out of your car to put the chain back up. Right. That's a lie.
telephone. But it was my understanding that there was or had been a road there, but it was no longer passable by vehicle.
Okay. So in the course of the evening, you recall having either via telephone or over the radio, having discussions about the potentiality of Brown Loop being an access point and it being dismissed. Have I got that right?
I wish I did. I don't know whether it was, I don't know how I came to that knowledge, whether it was somebody else talking on the radio, whether I had a conversation with somebody on the radio, whether I had a conversation with someone over the telephone. I don't know.
Okay.
It obviously was in passing, my memory is not what it used to be, but I can't, there's nothing there to scratch to bring up any further memory of that, other than I remember when I learned that that's how he escaped the community, that my thinking was, you can't do that by car. My understanding or expectation was that was not a passable road anymore.
Okay, all right. Well, it's 20 to 11. Perhaps what I'll do at this juncture is stop for about a 10-15-minute break, if that's agreeable with you, Mr. O'Brien, or?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, and we'll resume at 5 to 11.
There was a line in there that was really, really bad. Really, really bad. It must have been a little bit prior to 10:33. He said, I didn't want to lose another member that night. Implication? You lost a member that night? So it's either he's pulling everybody's heartstrings, or a cop was shot and killed that night. Which is it? He said that. Another member. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Did you guys catch that? He was talking about a member he lost in 2017. Is that did I mistakenly here? We can go back. Frankie, the guy that move over, what? He lost one in 2017. Okay, my apologies. Then Blueberry Field Road is pivotal to this investigation many moons ago. Yes, I'll tell you, throughout this whole thing, asking questions the whole time, aside from Balin and covert ops, what has pissed them off the most? Like, when it happened at the beginning, I'm like, what in the hell is going on? Oh, here we go. What in the hell is going on? There was so much pushback from the Blueberry Field stuff. Like, it was unreal. I was getting hate mail, well, whatever, stuff, and being told, no, you're crazy, and all that. And I was like, what? Just because I say maybe he drove out the front? So that said to me immediately, right away, no, he did drive out the road. He at all, I would say, and others drove out the front road, because there was so much pushback. I was getting all this stuff, the videos that were made professionally and all this other goop. And I was like, really? Come on, man. Now, I'm not saying that the people who made the videos are interesting, but why? They resurfaced that road. They did resurface it. I did run through, compare the two videos, the ones that the mass casualty showed and the one that was there. They resurfaced it originally. So, and that was a video in the summer, June, something like that. So definitely, the Blueberry Field was a huge red flag. There was so much pushback on it. I was like, why? Because I said, maybe he drove out. Maybe he drove out the front road. Oh, no, he can't. And I was like, okay, if you're telling me no, when I suggest maybe, then probably it is so. Not being chased. Chain up. That's all it is. Chain up. Talk about Balin and porn is back. Yep. He stopped to help broken down vehicle. So I stand corrected on the another thing. I'm going to go back and look at that some more. Constable Frank Deschen's law. Frankie's law. Okay, my apologies. Again, I will go back and look through that. So I don't like to be incorrect. So thank you for correcting me. So what did I not miss? Oh, you're missing. You missed lots, man. Good to have you aboard, though. Kelly, a.k.a. Deborah, the duct tape stick post lady. Wow, her interview, when I read that, I did that on air. That was interesting. The last part of it spooked me out so bad. You got to have a lawyer represent you. Who represents her, by the way? Piniel. Patterson Law. When you weren't even there. What? Who needs a lawyer to say you might have found a stick under some grass and a rope and a day of testimony? Again, Blueberry. They had to sell it to everybody. Oh, it was a rope. It was this. I wasn't even there. Blah, blah, blah. Carol, Sergeant Carol. I was there the next day. The chain was up. There's multiple people who testify that the chain is up. Chain! Nobody drives through a fucking blueberry field when they've got RCMP on their ass and gets out of their car. I'm going to take the chain down. I'm going to drive through. I'm going to stop the car, put it in park. I'm going to get out. I'm going to put the chain back up in the dark. Fail, fail, fail. There's a reason. Dash cams. Dash cams. Dash cams. Because whatever went down there that night, right? Because they could even just say, well, listen, hold on a moment here. Yeah, he was driving the replica police car and he drove by us and we were just confused and we didn't know. That's believable. They don't want you to see what was really going on down there. That's what the tapes would show. The gunfire, all the other bullshit, and whatever else was going on. Probably multiple people that were involved. Escaping out the front way. Cops possibly shitting their pants. Doing nothing. I don't know. Well, I don't know because I believe Dion Sutton's testimony. So, but it would show things like gunfire, which is clearly gunfire, where a firing pin is hitting a bullet is very, very different than bullets exploding. I've heard both. There's a very clear difference. It's like versus like O'Brien must speak really slow, and you're going at 1.75 the time. Excuse me. Is that the RCMP that was hit by the car in Mumber? Oh, okay, this is I didn't want to lose another member. Okay, they're not chasing him. That's the point. You still, irrespective, if somebody sees RCMP, they're not going to put a chain up. You're not going to do that. You're just going to get the fuck out of Dodge. Because you can't count on everybody's not going to, not chase you. The chain rope was just past a loop that went over the post. The chain rope was just in a loop that went past over the post. It doesn't matter, Paul. What are you trying to, are you gatekeeping? Nobody would do that. Think about it. You know that there are people who are looking for you. Are you going to stop your car and get out? That's not logical. Name me anybody who's like, yeah, I'm going to, oh, I'm being chased. Yeah, I can get out of my car. I got time to do that. I'm going to see in the dark. It's not logical. The pieces don't fit. Not logical. 2, sacrifice lamb for 𝙋𝙍𝙀-𝙍𝘾. Why 𝙋𝙍𝙀-𝙀? I have a feeling that boozing is a red herring. Yeah, absolutely. It's a red herring. To me, was it happening? I absolutely don't discount that there are, but that's the thing. That's the problem. It's the layers. They're willing to go through. They're getting down to the bottom now. They're like, oh God, now we've got to start saying people are drunk. And probably were, or intoxicated, right? That's the depravity that they're going to cover up what? Oh, the stuff that's scrolling across the screen on the bottom. Wait for the porn bots to come. So they'll throw everything and any excuse underneath the bus. Psychological manipulation, members, doesn't matter. Just to cover it all up. Fiddles, farts, animals, women abuse, button issues, Heidi, the whole shit, man. Come on. Wonder if Deborah saw Indo Blue filming Blueberry Path, riding his bike prior to the drone flight. I like the drone video. The drone video is my favorite. You see, it's a clear road. Can't you see? Meanwhile, people, officers' testimonies like you couldn't even take a big truck down there without putting a stump through your tire. Fired bullets go boom. Yes, fizzle. That's what they sound like. I remember the first time at the ranch, somebody, a friend of mine, lit it off. One of them, like a 22 round or whatever the fuck, in the truck. I was like, shit, man, don't do that. And he's like, yeah, fuck, man. I was like, oh, he's like, don't worry. They never do anything. And it wasn't even that loud. Oh, here we go. Here's the Balin bots. Of course. Okay, so Sad's picking up stuff. Dorrington is such an oddball. Where the hell is he? Mr. Military Man, 6 cents. Special transfer, remember. I don't know if it was because of a medical thing. It could have been a compassionate. But he got transferred awful fast. And there's only 2 reasons you can get a transfer that quickly. You have super special skills. You're an asset to the RCMP, or compassionate. He could have got a compassionate. There was some things apparently to do with I think it was his wife's mom or something. Possible. Dorrington, clear player. Absolutely. And notice how when Dorrington's name is mentioned, certain places come out in heavy defense of him. And I'd say this other thing that I'm going to talk about, which may turn some tables a little bit again, something I'm working on. I noticed that Peterson is involved in that. And Peterson is getting thrown under the bus by whom? Dorrington. What? This fellow's name keeps surfacing. Read in. I would say he's not going to get out of his car and put it back up either. No, it's not logical. Agree with you about the dash cam. Witnesses were watching, though. They felt they let him get away. Who saw him drive? Who? I haven't seen anybody say that they saw an RCMP car leave or drive down the Blueberry Field Road. Nope. Remember, they said, what was it? They saw somebody saw it at 10:30. Well, that's clearly a lie. Remember, they had to instruct people right away. Oh, this was, Campbell said it. There's only one way out. And then they kind of backtracked it and they were like, well, could have got out the Blueberry Field Road. How convenient. Chain up. So what was Tebow lying? Rope? I believe she said rope. She lived there. Apparently she was there, what, the day before, and just didn't happen to be there. She needs a lawyer, a family lawyer, Pinio. Right. That makes sense. That's like putting the chain back up. Well, of course you need a lawyer to say I wasn't there, but I'm aware of this. That makes sense. Colford, Jameson, Dorrington, Peterson, Hubley, all need to be grilled hard. Yep. There's a read-in list. I have a list of people that I have a lot of questions about. Read in, I think. Like popcorn versus bacon in fry pan. Sorry, missing stuff. He knew he would blend in, drove right past them, made them look stupid. Again, I think he is a misnomer. They've sold everybody on the he. Why do we know it's one person? That's why they use the word perpetrator. Does it seem logical that one person could do all of this? Really? Aaron was an ass kicker, man. They should have chased. Well, they may or may not have. How do we know? But what we do know is they're not telling the truth. The road was well graveled before the events. That's, well, I can show video that shows otherwise. That was sent to me by people who were saying that it was very easy to drive out with a clean car. Right, with puddles in the shade in the spring. And there's rain behind Clinton Ellison in his interview. Big, huge puddles. Robin was transferred. MCC that have made it so you download using Vimeo more easily. You can't. Really? They've disabled that. Oh, good. That was like some sneaky technique. I didn't know about till Green Bastard told me. He's like, oh, this is, you get this little doohickey. I'm sure O'Dear knew about it right away. And that's how you can get it. So I'm like, oh, okay, awesome. Now they've disabled that so you can't get the video. Not only do they not even show you some of the videos, they'll show you in the fucking this garbage, and they don't even put them up, like the drone video. Oh, this is going overtime. I guess they extended their break. Good. I guess, a few more minutes to chat with you guys and read what you're saying. Excuse me. So now they're gonna make it so you can't get the video. When are we gonna get it? If people better start fucking screaming from rooftops and get all their friends in on this one, friends and family. Like, this is really serious. Really serious. I used to throw 22s, shotgun shells, and bonfires. Oh, yeah, the shotgun, I don't know. I'd be leery of that one, but you know way better than me. But they fizzle and fart. They don't do anything. Not, it's not a firing pin hitting around. It's really loud, totally indistinguishable. And all these officers, one officer's notes in there for sure, who is that? Mills notes say that Halliday relayed to him that officers were being fired at. Exchange of gunfire, said Leather. Okay. Why not deal with the real PTSD of officers being shot at?
So, Mr. O'Brien, we'd left off just before the break talking about containment, Brown Loop specifically, but I want to move on to later the next morning, actually probably around 5 a.m. And there's a Colchester broadcast, radio broadcast. Madam Registrar, if you can pull up the text of that. Are you able to read that? I know it's fairly small.
Yes, I can read that.
Okay, perfect. So this indicates Sergeant O'Brien stating, yeah.
Sorry, just for Paul's comment here. There are also contradicting stories about whether it was up. Lady looked up at the road after it was driven through and broke. Again, logic. Carol, RCMP, Sergeant, what would it be, would it behoove him? Would it behoove him to say there was a chain and it was up, or there was a rope and it was down? Which would help the RCMP cause, or his cause, or a chain versus a rope? Funnily enough, he said a chain versus other people. There's also the same people. Who is the one person who said that there might be other? I can't remember. Balls. I'm going to get an email from somebody for sure about this one because they're very big on that part. And the person who was talking about, well, he could have driven out, never witnessed anything. He's like, you better talk to my wife and son. They might know better. I don't even know what's at the end of that road, really. Had to find a way around it. In Oh Dear video, 3 cars leaving Workman according to Bjorn. Wortmans according to Bjorn. There were 3. Yep. And that doesn't work either logically in successive order. So I have a very hard issue with what you're saying. It's completely illogical. Again, when you have too many illogical things going on, then it's just the truth. Carol would have said there was a rope and it was down. No, instead he said there was a chain and it was up. Sorry. Need more. I'm live with you guys now. Adrenal hell. Ask Rehill. Adderall. Oh, Adderall. Car would be dirty. Absolutely. It drove through all kinds of mud. Yes. The car at the fire hall. The one with the big dent in it on the passenger side. I think she was hit by a car. The only dirt is the small entrance to the road. That is not true. I can play the video right now if you want. Many people have seen the video. There was all kinds of dirt and mud and water. Big dips. They like dips. 7 gunfire from one type. But I mean, if you need it, it's just not going to, it won't, I don't think your argument is going to work well. I can leave that statement up there and play the video underneath your statement. Perhaps then you may change your mind. Have other people witnessed that video in here? It was sent to me to say to me, no, it's very easy to drive out. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, car very dirty, indeed. Why are the brakes pre-recorded interviews? There should be playing. Exactly. I'm not sure why they left those in. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like you could just edit it and take the brakes out. Maybe just to give the impression of reality and stress and, you know, no call transcribed from Bjorn. 10. Where did I read that? The time about the call and the activities that was happening at the time of the first call by Bjorn may be different. "60 nerds." Oh, sorry, I'm missing stuff here. Excellent question. Okay, and Paul, I'm missing Paul's stuff here, so we'll get caught up here, Paul. Oh dear, 60 nerds, MCC, play monitor site, having fun data mining. Yeah, all the cookies that they're dropping. Oh dear would be so, and Todd, way more up to speed on computer stuff. Like the amount of stuff that they're piecing together through all the data mining on their site, through cookies and super cookies. Al Carroll said the chain was up. Carroll was on the site days before Deborah. Deborah wasn't even there, but Deborah needed Pinio to represent her. Right. Carroll tried to walk back his original statement in MCC statement. I believe, or testimony, I believe Carroll's first interview before his second interview on camera. Well, it's logical. Why would he say the chain? He would have just said, oh, there's a rope, because that would help them. What he did was, well, I don't want to use that word, but put his foot in his mouth, maybe would be a better one. Kind of hurt their cause by saying chain and chain up. And they asked him repeatedly in it, chain, 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 chain. And he's like, yes, the chain, chain up. Yes, there was a chain. That's why it's good to discuss. I agree. Very, very good to discuss, Paul. Deborah shot her testimony in the foot. Well, okay, that was the word I didn't want to use, but okay, shot her when she claimed to be there the 18th when she was clearly not, and she admitted the RCMP didn't let her on site until the 20th or the 21st, which is interesting because it's a crime scene and certain people weren't allowed in. Most everybody. Cindy was not allowed down there for a month, basically. I think it was 3 weeks. But certain other people, basketball, were. Funny that. Or send a link. I'd appreciate it. We all want the same thing. Well, listen, I'm happy to do that, but I don't want to waste time doing it. You can either take my word for it. I don't think anybody here would say I'm lying, and I certainly don't have a horse in the race. So I can play it. I mean, if that's an issue. I don't think, though, that's really backtracking, and other people are seeing that. That's a backtracking move because it's taking time away from important developments. We've already established that the road had dirt. Large portions of it were dirt with water pooled. Gravel, by the way, doesn't pool water very well at all. That's why people use it as a foundation for their house. Orchard Beach Drive was horrible to drive down. So many potholes. Yes, I did hear something about that. Thank you for that, Jamie. According to Palango, sorry, I'm just reading. Okay, Palango. The only time Mounties had to tell the truth is in court. Then get them in court. That's questionable, but okay. I read a story early on in this one, going real time in Nova Scotia, and the judge was furious with the RCMP he was very careful with his language, but what it was, like, he was really hard on it, lying on the RCMP, lying in warrants. One of the investigators somewhere in this story, I won't say where at this point, was busted for this on a code of conduct, who no longer works in the RCMP, for lying on warrants. Come on. Was that one also in court? Or was that another case that he had? He also had criminal charges against him. Funny where he turns up. Anyway. Okay, sorry. Back here. Wife or girlfriend called. It was seconds after shots fired at Andrew and said that there were 3 cars leaving. Timing is totally unbelievable. Totally unbelievable. White car. White cars everywhere. White cars, white Hyundais. It's only certain cars. Bjorn's wife is Allie, yes. Was it her father that was big in Onslow Fire Hall? He's passed away. Lady says driving vehicle was driving fast down Blueberry Road. Which one was that, Paul? Was that the 1030 call? Was that the 1030 one that Campbell referred to? You know, the one that doesn't work? The one that they say now, he got out at 10:45. Through a road. Because we have him on video at 10:51, which doesn't work. Why? Because there was somebody at the end of the road. That's failed to, with the inserted time. Right beside the fire hall, where there were lots of police already culminating. Right. The lies aren't working. Blueberry Field was what caused me to be active on the topic. The Blueberry Field was official narrative. I remember you were pushing back quite heavily on the Blueberry Field. Not saying, just saying reality. But I guess I remember also when you said your opinion on that had changed. I have been bothered by the weather issues too, to be honest. I know Halifax was snowy during the time of the events, but there is no snow to be seen in any of the video evidence. Well, you had, I have a snowy video from Indo Blue almost a year later that he decided to put on his channel. Handy that. Of course, he was just filming out the window, April 18th. Right. Because people do that. What did he call it again? Something snowy. It was snowy that day. Did that come out around the Darren Campbell affidavit time? I think maybe. The snow on the car. Yeah. Poor Indo. He's trying. He's failing. It freezes quickly there to be water. Right there by the water. Well, again, what I don't know, I'm getting a certain vibe. Sub-zero temperatures, which was what it was what, +1, +2 to -1, somewhere in that range. Doesn't freeze. Ice, meters thick, paper thin, paper. Weight of a car, a ton on average. A ton on paper. With water underneath it, mud. I can swear by graces of my family, we did not have snow up here in northern Colchester. It was cold and windy, but no snow. I don't know if there was snow or not. I assume that there was no snow. Doesn't mean that there wasn't water cooling in shade, rain. Clinton's interview, you could probably, if you filtered that water, have a water supply for Ethiopia behind there to be a total smartass. There was a lot of water behind them. And that's in the sun. Both road owners over the years I have calm in documents. You get a good history on the road, right? And I've read them. Getting a certain vibe here. Getting a real certain vibe. I'm sure other people are too. F-150. Oh, here we go. We got some of them back again. Mills and Milton, I believe they said they ran into snow at the scene, driving at the scene. Mills and Milton. Milton, yes, Milton's coming from Cape Breton. Interesting, his name. Wow, very good. You're well read. Most people don't even know Milton. Milton's coming from Cape Breton. Milton, of course, who was phoned in to replace West. ICC, or sorry, OCC. Or OIC, sorry. Along with McGilvery. West didn't want to leave. And there was all kinds of trouble. Who was in charge later? Okay, sorry. So, yes, there was snow coming from Cape Breton apparently, and yes, the Mills indicates that there's snow in Halifax. I don't know. You guys' snow is different than my snow, so I don't understand it. Snow to me here is snow. What you guys get is Vancouver type snow, which I know too. Kind of pissy rain. 1038, 1058. That's not true, actually. Sorry. I have seen some huge dumps you got down there, but it didn't seem to be a huge dump. Do not mix 1038, 1058 versus 1051. No. So whatever happened, where did the witness who saw somebody driving out the blueberry field, right? Where did that witness ever disappear? The one that, he must have escaped 10:30. Where did that person go? Where's their witness statement? The one that the RCMP were relying upon in their press conference to say this is what happened, who then changed their story because so many people over here were bitching and saying it was completely impossible and providing all kinds of proof. And then they change it, and then they're like, it's 10:45. Man alive. Laurie George. Global. I didn't have Dean Dillman's. I believe it was before Dean Dillman's statement came out, but I could search back in the logs and find it. There was some other proof that I provided. Oh, I think it was the 1045 article. That's what changed. November. That was when you may have written me and said that. That was prior to Dean Dillman, I think. Oh, no, it was prior to that. Anyway, doesn't matter. Blueberry Field clearly is bullshit. I think everybody's got that one figured out. Where did I hear dusting snow? That is the that Darren's affidavit, which went poof under the news of all kinds of other things like 911 tapes being leaked and other stories, which will be a story for another day. all the cover stories they were running. Here they came. You could see, oh yeah, Clinton's video, there's huge water pools behind them. Mills and Milton's statement after the fact. Lots of these notes are written. Whose notes were I reading the other day, and he wrote them a week later. I'm like, really? Come on. Your handwritten notes, you do a week later. Fill in the blanks. Good job. Truth in all, there was dust cover on Lisa's car in Dartmouth. Lisa's car is the one that's at the house. The one that they're concerned may or may not be another car. And before I get pushed back on that, that's in the responding officers said, who did the checkout, they said that they couldn't tell. It was so hot, they wouldn't be able to tell if that had a light bar on it. But we already have multiple cars introduced throughout the whole story. There was no snow up towards Amherst area. Well, that's north, right? My geography. We are being watched, recorded, and our information being weaponized against us for getting the truth. 2 years is a long time to be collecting the truth and info and turn it around. Fine. I got all day. My beard may get whiter. That's fine. I'll still keep going. I know lots of you will too. So, they want to play chess? Let's go. I'm on a dirt road. Tracks made up supper time last night. -4, according to weather data. Even if ice was frozen, it would just break. Yes, so it would leave water on a muddy road with thin ice. Generally results in dirty car syndrome. Not nice, white, clean car outside in front of Dave's with the angles that they won't show you. The video that they will not show you. The MCC did not show you that angle. They only showed you the cockeyed one. Even though there's 2 video cameras there. Even though they showed the still from one right away. They didn't show the video in the MCC of the side on of their supposed white car. That would be because you'd be able to tell there was no reflective stickers on the car. Problem, there was no push bar on it. You could see that. I think the person who gave the statement about the person driving through the field is an ex-cop and has since moved on to corrections. How many people live in Portapique that were cops? Because I know there are civilian employees that live down there. One retired cop. How many? It's very interesting on Orchard Beach. Orchard Beach is an interesting road. Portapique, less so. Orchard Beach Estates, very interesting. So many details. It's good to consider everything. I appreciate what you do. I appreciate what you do too. Fine. It's good to debate stuff. And obviously you've read Milton. Lots of people don't know who Milton is. And I mean, that shows that there was a severe breakdown in authority going on within the OCC. Milton didn't really have anything to do with it because he arrived after the fact. McGillivray, no. His statement, very interesting. Cars, so the car on video is in Millbrook. I'm not sure I follow. Nice and clean. Curation of evidence is a tell. 3 million documents, protected A, protected C, Listen, when can you name a case? I can't. Where there are in perpetuity clauses. In perpetuity, meaning forever. You can never, there are family members that are signed to in perpetuity clauses in order to review data that you can't see. They know things you will never know, and they can never speak about it to anybody. Does that tell you enough right there? They have things that we're not privy to. In perpetuity, not like you can't talk about it, you know, for, I don't know, 10 years. About a dead man. About a dead man. In perpetuity. That's why I made that little snippet video, and people are like, what the hell does that mean? I'm like, just read between the lines, man. Our old RCMP owned field? No, it's owned by Pugsley's. Pugsley family. Carol Fisher is a Pugsley. Not sure if that's saying anything. Maybe she knows people in the area. Obviously, her mom lives down there. Don't know. But, I mean, does it make relevance of who owns the field? Not necessarily, really. It's just interesting. What about the tire tracks, Paul? Froze tire tracks are less likely caper sun on the road dramatically. But I'm just the mud. I don't think there's anything to be gained from the tire tracks. Mud. Clean car. Fail. Orchard Beach Road, RCMPCF Detachment Village, Retirement Village. Yep. I think there are a lot of people down there. Even look at Aaron Tuck, right? Old man Tuck, retired Navy. I know. I don't live down there, so I don't know. And then everybody's like, well, or not everybody. I've heard that a few times. Well, everybody's in the military and everybody's this. So, but Orchard Beach Estates, special, very special. Remember, they closed Orchard Beach Estates for a month. Portapique Road, you could go down, no problem. Commissioners at the end of Orchard Beach, signs on there, do not ever enter in here, blah, blah, blah. Portapique, not a problem. Oh, but it's a private community. Basketball, blueberry business, great way to launder money. Years ago, family approached Hells Angels from Maine. Wow. Okay, that's shocking. I'm not going to throw any accusations. It's an interesting fact. I'm going to file it away. Blueberry fields, really. And possible HA contacts, Orchard Beach. I've had a theory that maybe, you know, you can put certain people in a community with a lot of police and military, government. Special community. Protection community. Owned previously retired RCMP. It was owned to that. The Blueberry Field? No, that was the house. That was, what was her name again? Owned the house? Yes, the lady, whatever her name was. The house that she lived in apparently was an old, as she referred to, the old RCMP house. What did she called him by name? The fellow. HA in Ontario used to use cornfields to high grow ops. Okay. Anyway, enough. just think about the origins of HA. Who were they originally? Military. Meetings, headquarters, third floor, coffee. Those who know.
And Natasha, we're going to scale down that checkpoint so you can relieve now, as long as we've got 2 other people there. And I think we do. Right now, we've got Vicky and Rodney McDonald, correct? Corporal Jameson says 10-4. So myself and Constable Grunt are good to start heading back. Sergeant O'Brien states 10-4, you are. Thank you very much. Corporal Jameson says no problem. Thank you. Corporal Mills says, okay, if the ERC guys want to mount up at the TAV, we're going down to 123 and clear the residents there. Staff Sergeant West states, Sergeant O'Brien, stand by on that order, please, till I clear that with the CIC. Sergeant O'Brien says 10-4, my mistake. Staff Sergeant West says, everybody stay in their positions for now, please. So this was, I take it, your attempt to relieve some members who had been on shift for quite a long time that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And you proceeded with instruction in advance of having cleared that with the incident commander?
I'm not sure how that evolved. I believe that was instructions given to me by one manager, and then either a rethink or a correction by another manager.
Okay. So you believe that you may have been advised to shuffle resources based on instructions from one superior, and that another superior had issue with it?
It's also possible that I misinterpreted the conversation with whoever I was speaking with. I don't know. I have no memory or notes on that.
Yeah, and one of the questions that we've put to many of your colleagues is this, and forgive the colloquial phrase, but too many cooks in the kitchen concept, and this idea of a confusion aspect as to who is issuing commands and who's making the decisions over the radio. And I wonder if you feel that this is an example of that, or if you think it's something else.
I think it's entirely possible that it was a case of just a crossed wire. You are, in essence, I think I made reference to it earlier, creating a business structure or an organizational structure basically from nothing to a fully functioning, in this case, an incorporation of over 100 people in a space of a few hours with a business plan no one has seen before you've started the task. It's impossible to create something of that breadth in that time span with that lack of understanding of what the challenges are without having some crossed wires. It's, excuse me.
Yes, of course.
It's very difficult to relate to civilians, the size and the many arms that this beast that you're building to try and combat the threat has or comprises. I wasn't in the command room that night, but I have in other circumstances been in a CIC room. And I know from speaking with the commanders after, the amount of information coming in, the decisions that need to be made, the number of things that have to be done is overwhelming. You couldn't do it with fewer people. You need many people to be able to accomplish that. The next morning, when I walked into the CIC that was set up in Great Village in the fire hall, there had to be 20 people in that room, but that's necessary for a response to this kind of thing. And if you could practice it with the same set of circumstances, it would give you an opportunity to iron out all the little kinks beforehand. But you don't get that opportunity because you never know what the circumstances are going to be for the next one. You never know what the tasks are going to be, what the needs are going to be. There are going to be things that you're always going to need. You're always going to need somebody, okay, start calling around to see if we can get extra members in. You're always going to need somebody to set up the radios and make sure we have communications. You're always going to need somebody to actually fill in all the dozens of pieces of paper that go up on the walls with all the org charts and the information and the threat assessments and all the myriad of information. But there's no way one or even two people can process all that information and manage and direct all those dozens of tentacles that this structure will necessarily grow as it evolves. If you could have one person who was capable of consuming all that input and making a coherent approach, it would be wonderful. But we just, we don't have that capability. There's no human that's capable of that yet. There's so many things going on, so many things to do. It's a beast by necessity. And there are going to be kinks, but you can't avoid that. It's a part of the process.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about public communications. I understand that you contacted Corporal Croteau at approximately 11:30 with respect to public communications of this incident?
Yes.
Okay. And Corporal Croteau was the contact. What was her role at that stage in your mind?
She was with the, I would call it public relations. I'm sure there's a more modern description of it, but she essentially is the one of the public faces of the RCMP in Nova Scotia at the time.
Okay.
I was asked to contact her to see if we could notify the public of the threat. And I called her and I explained to her what we had and what we needed. And I said, use whatever platforms you can, notify people, tell them to stay in their houses. And yeah.
Okay. Do you have past experience engaging with public relations?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Anytime that there would be a newsworthy situation in Colchester District, one of my roles would be to contact the public relations people and either forward them a media release or have them create one for me or make whatever steps need to be taken to keep the public informed.
Okay. And did you have any other engagement with public relations over the course of the mass casualty after that initial 11:30 discussion?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of or privy to any conversations that were taking place or discussions relating to public communications over the 18th and 19th?
No.
Okay. And do you yourself have any familiarity with the Alert Ready system?
I do now.
Right, at the time of, sorry.
At the time, for me, it was the weather app.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
It's the notification you get on your phone of severe storm warning or whatever the situation might be. the question has been asked, why didn't we use that to notify the public? And it didn't occur to me, and I can't speak for anyone else, but I'm betting it's just a case of none of us thought of it because none of us had seen it used in anything but a weather capacity.
Okay. So as there's that transition from the 18th into the 19th, I understand that you were essentially told to try to get a couple of hours of sleep and to return on the 19th to relieve Staff Sergeant Carroll. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
And that would be in the role of district representative in the Critical Incident Command.
Okay. Okay, so the next morning or the morning of the 19th, you first attended the Bible Hill detachment?
I did.
Okay. And I understand you encountered Corporal Peterson at this location?
I'm told. I have no memory of a conversation with him that morning, but
Oh no, I don't remember talking to anybody that morning. Perhaps the sobering up didn't work well. Drinky, water now? Look at him. He's like, now I need water. Like, as soon as there's something shitty going on, need the water.
I'm told that I did speak to him on my way out of the detachment. I went in simply to get kitted up, to get my carbine and a police car and the necessary tools to head to the CIC. And on my way out, apparently I encountered Corporal Peterson, but
Don't have any memory of it?
I have this vague image of a conversation, but it's, if you, and I was told of the contents of the conversation, or the broad strokes of the contents of the conversation, but even after that, if I hadn't been told the conversation taken place, I'd have no memory of it.
Okay. And do you have any recollection of feelings at the time or feelings associated with? No.
No.
Okay. Okay. So you travel from the Bible Hill detachment to the command post?
Correct.
Okay. And how long were you at the command post, Mr. O'Brien?
I couldn't have been there more than, I wouldn't think, maybe a half an hour. When I got there, they were still setting it up, and my initial meeting with the CIC, I was assigned a task of starting to call in members. And I had only gotten 3 or 4 phone calls done when we received a report of another shooting. The shooter had reactivated, and at that point, we had a location on where that shooting had just taken place. And any member that wasn't currently engaged in a specific task left and headed for that zone or that area. I had a conversation with Staff Carroll at that time, and our concern was members were leaving the scene or the area in Portapique. And our concern was that we were going to lose continuity of the various scenes in the community of Portapique. So Staff Carroll and I both traveled to Portapique and identified that all our scenes were still under control. Staff Carroll asked me to stay there as the scene manager, and he then returned to the CIC.
Okay. Did you travel together, separate vehicles?
I have a recommendation, and it's one that I'm just repeating Todd's awesome suggestion. It's totally awesome that RCMP cars are disabled, period. They can't work unless you have, because I don't want this excuse ever being used by them. I know it's bullshit. I know it's a lie. Caught them in it a couple of times. The MWS, everybody was using it. Everybody had it. Total bullshit. but just so that they can never use this one again because they have a card. That's how Todd explained it to me. That's how they log into the MWS, is that they have a card. Each person has a card. I think it was Todd. Maybe it was a member. I can't remember. Somebody explained it to me. That they have a card and they put the card into the computer and then the computer goes. Right? Okay, so in order for the vehicle to work, any cruiser, and I'm speaking every single one of them, because now you assholes have punished everybody. Fine. Okay, everybody needs to have their card in, and there's the breathalyzer lock on every single cruiser. And in order for that vehicle to move, both of those have to be done. And the breath lock, or whatever the fuck they call that thing, it runs like the one that they stick on civilian cars. You know, it just rando does that. You got to blow now, it'll just stop the car. It'll disable it. You got to blow now. Okay. Yeah, otherwise, no more. Never again. No more excuse. I don't like them using things that they say that again down the road they can say, oh, oops, we just didn't have that, and blah, blah, blah. No. Fine. And if you want to go down this road, you want to sell yourselves out so badly, you want to make all members look like alcoholics, guess what? You did it. You succeeded. Now public thinks you're all a bunch of drunkards. Good job. Regular members who are listening to this should be fucking pissed. I know that they are. There is inside the RCMP right now, there is a fucking mutiny happening. They are angry. They are angry at the NPF. They are angry at the white shirts. They are finished with this shit because these clowns are using their ops and shit and using excuses that they're selling them all down the road. Drunkards? Come on, man.
It's possible we traveled together because I remember at the scene, I was given Staff Halliday's vehicle. I think it's probable that we both traveled to the scene together then.
Okay.
And I ended up with Staff Halliday's vehicle, police vehicle.
In Portapique.
In Portapique, yeah.
Okay. All right. And so when you attended that area, you said your role was scene preservation or
scene management.
Scene management. Okay. So tell me what that entails and what it means.
At that point, we had a crime scene. We had several crime scenes in the community. And once the, I guess for lack of a better term, the criminal activity ceases at that scene, we have to maintain continuity of the scene for evidentiary purposes. So later in court or in a hearing, we can confirm for the judge or the commission that the scene has been not tampered with and the evidence is as it should be. So each of the 4 or 5 crime scenes in Portapique had a member guarding them to ensure that no one entered those crime scenes or that all evidence was preserved. It would be preserved until the forensic identification section could attend and do their work.
What time was that at? Is that after you decided to let people down Cobequid? Is that what time it was? You're guarding them for what? The bulldozers? Blue Nose is right. Just destroying people. Again, very sick thought. True, you can read it in the FIS reports. Bulldozers and people don't go well together. Bulldozers and people don't go well together. Need I say more? guarding sites. My ass.
Okay, and while you were there as part of the scene management, I take it did you conduct a canvass for possible witnesses or victims elsewhere in the community?
No, we didn't. There's two aspects of that. One is a canvas for witnesses. At any kind of crime scene, we're going to do an investigation. But in this case, the investigation was clearly going to be done by our major case unit. And in a case like that, we wouldn't want detachment members conducting a survey, and we want the MCU to have their witnesses fresh and not, already interviewed if possible. Also, we didn't have members to do a canvas for witnesses at that time. I had one member at each crime scene, and myself, my job was to circulate amongst those scenes, make sure the members had what they needed, water, snacks, relieve them to go to bathroom breaks, relieve them to get a break. The canvas for
Sorry. What the fuck are these people on? Food. You got them waking up Great Village, doing coffee runs. I got to make sure that the people have snacks while people on fucking 𝙋𝙀 were in their homes. I know you didn't want to go. I know you didn't want to go. I know you didn't want to go down 𝙋𝙀. I know it. I got the proof. You didn't want to go. Fine. Quit fucking around. Food. They all talk about food. Talk about one-track mind. Very important to have food. Snacks. Like, what the fuck kind of, you got a little open bar going down there. Peanuts. Chips. Sandwiches. Donuts. So concerned about the fucking food. It's in the SMEAC as part of, that stupid acronym. Like, this guy doesn't even know his acronyms, right? He's like, oh, I don't even know what the modern term, newspeak garbage term is for it. Because that's what the RCMP has turned into. Oh, I sound real smart. I'm saying a bunch of letters and it stands for something, but I can't remember. I don't even remember what the term is. How does he get past? You got to hit the fucking checkbox, man, on that one. You got to pass the test to know SEMEAC or what a communications officer is. This shows the disgusting. People were waiting in their homes. I really have big questions about whether people died. And I'm not alone. And I know that may hurt some family members that hear this. But they have the same questions too. They really do. I've heard it from multiple of them. They're very concerned that their family members were still alive for hours. Why? Because they never got any proof of anything. When asked, they would never get proof of anything. Can we have photos? No, can't have photos. That would traumatize you. Most of them didn't even see their loved ones. They were just cremated. So you have to take their word for it. All they're concerned about is fucking food, snacks, coffee, blah, blah, blah. SMEAC, seriously, food is one of them. This is what they're so concerned about. While people were in their homes, while Heather, is lying on the road, it's dying. They're concerned about taking care of themselves, their sons, driving around drunk. All these years. Think about that. All these years. How many DUIs do you think this man handed out? Or public intox tickets? How many people do you think he arrested? How many? ATIP his records and see. Yet this man will do the exact same thing himself. He tells you, and not only that, he's a staff sergeant. Are you out of your mind, man? Are you out of your mind? You're the man who tells everybody, you can't be doing that. Meanwhile, I'm going to go in and I'm going to be a hero. What? And then I'm going to worry about snacks? Fuck, man. These people, bathroom breaks, out in the woods. Yeah, we need to send somebody in there. But again, even that is not true. They had so few people that were in there. Most of them were milling about because I expect the vast majority of people, members, by the sounds of it, from everything I'm reading, weren't on the red-in list. So they're not allowed to go around anything. That's something I'm going to show or, give you some evidence of. So that's why they're all milling about down at the Great Village Fire Hall. That's why they're being sent off to other places. Wild goose chases. Wouldn't trust a goldfish. Both of those things come from Dion. I'm tired of you guys sending me all over the place. The disinfo campaign. Because they're not on the list. They're not on the red-in list. Covering for
additional crime scenes. It was just a case of me not thinking to look, and I don't think anybody else did either. We fall into habits, I guess, and to manage the scene, the crime scenes, and make sure that the evidence is preserved. And it, for some reason, never occurred to me that there might be other scenes. And I wish we had. I feel for the families, but the fact is, it just didn't. It wasn't something that we. It was such a unique situation. I'd never been to a crime scene that extended past what we were aware of.
You indicated that you were circulating amongst the scenes. Do you recall how far into the community of Portapique you drove in?
I circulated. I don't know the names of the roads. I apologize for that, but there was a loop, including Portapique Beach Road, I believe, where the perpetrator's house was. And we had a couple of scenes on that road, and then you loop around and go back up a parallel road, and there were, I believe, 3 more scenes on that road, and then it loops back around. I also was making trips out to the intersection of the main highway and Portapique, the road coming into Portapique itself. We had members at that location making sure no one unauthorized came into the community, and I was managing that member as well to make sure they had what they needed.
Okay. And do you recall, I appreciate you don't recall all the names, but do you recall whether you would have gone down to Cobequid Court?
I never did.
Okay.
It didn't occur to me.
Okay.
Didn't occur to me. Didn't occur to me. Portapique, nobody is allowed on the Cobequid. 𝙋𝙍𝙀, important. 𝙋𝙍𝙀 is a very important place. You notice how nobody goes down there? Oh, I don't know. I think I saw that there was houses there. Yeah. Meanwhile, their phones have been blowing up from across the country. I'm going to be happy to share what I've got.
And so I take it you didn't see that segue from 𝙋𝙀𝙀 Court to the Blueberry Field while you were on scene?
No.
Okay. Okay. Madam Registrar, I'm wondering if I can pull up page 2 of the supplementary report that's COM 58252. So, Mr. O'Brien, this is a supplementary report just undertaken by the Commission with an examination of events in Portapique post sort of 9:40 a.m. And if we can scroll to page 2, perhaps we're already there. And I want to ask you specifically about your engagement with Constable Dorrington.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find it on the page here. Give me 1 second. Sorry, it is, sorry, Madam Registrar, just that second paragraph under overview. There we go. Constable Dorrington, right at the top of the screen. So Constable Dorrington, he was a member on scene, correct, in Portapique?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Constable Dorrington was further directed to patrol inside the Portapique community. According to Constable Dorrington's interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, Sergeant O'Brien directed him to drive through the community to see if there were other fatalities on front lawns or structural fires that haven't been reported. And then at the bottom of the page, we see a review of the GPS for police vehicle 05B09 operated by Constable Dorrington, shows him in front of the Bond residence, which is on 𝙋𝙀𝙀 Court. His vehicle is stationary at this location for about 30 seconds. So I'm not going to ask you about what Constable Dorrington saw or did, obviously, but do you recall providing him with this task?
I'd like to say I do recall it, but I don't really, but I can understand how it came about. Part of my task is to make sure that the members are not overtasked, that their mental health is important to me as well. One of the things I would do when a member had been at a particular site for an extended period of time was to tell them to go for a walk or go for a drive, get a break. Constable Dorrington is an extremely dedicated police officer. He would stand there for days at a time if asked at a scene. In order to get him a break from his scene, which was probably one of the more difficult scenes, was to just tell him to go do something, to give him a task. Say, go. And I didn't seriously think he would find additional casualties or additional house fires, but I knew that was a way that I could get him to go for a 10 or 15-minute drive to get away from what he was guarding, to give him a bit of a break. And yeah.
Okay. So this instruction was essentially rooted in trying to provide a bit of a mental break to Constable Dorrington as opposed to an actual investigative task.
And I have no specific memory of the rationale, but I can't imagine that there was anything but. Some members you could say, go take a break, and they'll go take a break. Constable Dorrington, if I had gone up and said, take a break, he'd have said, no, I'm fine. But you have to make sure sometimes members take care of themselves.
And so I take it you don't recall whether or not he reported any information back to you about what he observed as he had traveled around the community?
I can tell you that if he had reported back to me that he had found additional casualties or additional fires, that would have appeared in my notes and there would have been action taken.
Okay. I'm wondering if we can, Madam Register, pull up Sergeant O'Brien's typed notes. I wanted to ask you, sir, about a quote on the second page. Yeah, it's that line just at the top of the screen. Writer spoke with Staff Sergeant Carroll. Sorry, Mr. O'Brien, this is your typed report from post-event.
Mm-hmm.
And the final paragraph there, writer spoke with Staff Sergeant Carroll pertaining to the number of deceased located. Constable Dorrington was tasked with reviewing all files received via CAD since last evening to see if a count of possible victims from the files could be made. At about 1500 hours, writer was relieved by Corporal Jarrett McDonald. So I just want to ask about that particular task. Would that have been, it's just a bit unclear to me, would that have been you tasking it or Staff Sergeant Carroll?
I would think that would have been, I had a conversation with Staff Sergeant Carroll and we were trying to determine how many victims we had. And that was a task that I gave to Constable Dorrington.
Okay. And when you're indicating reviewing the files in the CAD, what does that task entail?
Reviewing the files that had come in since the initial 911 call to review the files, go through them and see if we could make an assessment of how many had been shot or injured.
Okay. And do you recall whether he performed this and reported any information to you about it, or do you have any recollection about
I have no recollection about it, but if I tasked him with it, it was done.
Okay.
I need my buzzer. Need my buzzer. That's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. He said, I assume that it was done. You know it wasn't done. Don't lie. Liars are liars. You're already throwing yourself under the bus to protect the Balin covert op shit. And it's true. Orchard Beach, man. What the fuck is going on over there? Stop it. The Red Enlist, the people, Orchard Beach. Don't go to 𝙋𝙍𝙀. Oh, do want to play dog? I'm going to destroy myself for this. That's what you did. You sold your soul. Everybody's going to look at you for the rest of your life. Is it worth it? You going to think it's worth it? I don't want to cause this man any PTSD. Like, I know he's built his own bed. Fuck off, bots. Just because everybody knows your shit now, this is why they get so angry. You're just exposing yourself more and more every day.
Well, we do know that at about 10:41 a.m. On the 19th, there was a call that came into the OCC regarding inquiries about the status of family members at 𝙋𝙀𝙀 court. So those were calls obviously coming into the OCC. Would you have been privy to any of that information when you were on scene?
I was not.
Okay. And would that be information you'd expect to see coming in on the CAD log?
would not necessarily be on the CAD log if it was not dispatched to anyone.
Okay.
It might be, but in this case, I'm going to suggest it probably wasn't, or Constable Dorrington would have found it.
Okay, so help me out with that. So in order for information to show up on the CAD log, and I'm assuming that's being viewed, I'll use all the acronyms, but that's being viewed through an MWS, presumably? Mobile workstation?
Yes, Constable Dorrington's review of the CAD log would have been done on his MWS.
Okay.
But for someone to have, excuse me.
Yes, of course.
For that information to have
Water now! Water now! Emergency! Water now!
appeared on a CAD log, a dispatcher would have received a telephone call and then associated that information, typed it manually into a particular call as an addendum or additional information on that call. If it was not associated by the dispatcher to a particular call, it would not appear on a CAD log.
Okay.
That's my understanding of how that works.
No, that makes some sense to me. Madam Registrar, if you could pull up page 6 of the supplementary report. And I'm just looking, Sergeant O'Brien, at the very last line of this page. This is your phone log from the day of, and at 11:27, there's outgoing to telecoms ×2. I take it telecoms is the OCC. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. And do you recall, I know it's some time ago, but and a specific timestamp here, but do you recall any content from that telephone call?
No.
Or those telephone calls? Okay. And so I take it you don't recall if there was any information coming to you at that stage about wellness check requests
No.
from family?
And to sort of get to the root of it, if there had been any awareness on my part that there would have potentially been more victims, that would have been my first priority. And I wish we had known. I wish we had found them sooner. I can't imagine what the families went through. But it never appeared on my radar, or it would have been, like I say, it would have been my #1 priority at that point.
Do you have any thoughts with respect to how this gap or we have this information clearly coming into the OCC from concerned family members, and we have members on scene, and you yourself have indicated you would have liked to have responded had you known. Do you have any thoughts on, systematically how we can change that or make changes to the system that would have allowed you to respond to that information earlier?
There's no magic solution. There's no, you're dealing with a situation where you have 100 people dealing with something that is unbelievable to start with, and just in terms of trying to wrap your mind around it. And you have one radio channel for all those people to use, and you have people coming on duty, people going off duty. It's such a multi-legged process that there are going to be gaps. There's lots of things about this incident that I wish had been different, starting with I wish it had never happened. But we can't change those. We did our best. And there were parts of this process that I really wish we could have done better, but we did the best with what we had at the time, and that's all there is to it. I wish we could have, but we didn't.
No, and I appreciate that, and I know there's a certain tendency to look back and say woulda, shoulda, but looking forward, I'm interested in your thoughts on how, if you have any insights. I mean, I see that at 11:27 in that report, you contacted the OCC on 2 occasions. We know further on in the supplementary report, I believe it's around page 31, and don't worry about scrolling there, Madam Register, but Corporal Jared McDonald, his mobile workstation, I believe he indicates in his notes that he was receiving information over his MWS from the OCC. But of course, this is much later in the day. And so I'm wondering, looking forward, are there ways that communication between the OCC and members on scene can be enhanced or can be rectified such that family members aren't struggling to learn about the status of family members, or that potential victims aren't left unattended to?
I don't think this
Special relationship. It's far more, it's far deeper than special relationships, far deeper than agent. No, that's why replica cars. No. Jamie, I respectfully disagree. Why was there? It's Dorrington, by the way, not what did they say? Wilkie, who was going down there all the time, visiting with him. Wasn't Wilkie? It was Dorrington, because he's his handler. Read in. You don't do anything about illegal guns. They're RCMP issue guns. RCMP issue guns. According to, and he knew the model number off the top of his head. I was like, wow, good stuff, man. And knew that they were RCMP handguns. Don't get your hands on that multiple times, over and over and over. Colt law enforcement, real cars, fully equipped. It's so obvious. And who's the one that's sitting in the background that they will not touch? Lisa? In a community with RCMP? Brenda and her phony story? Bah.
This was a technical thing that we could put a better technology in place. I think this was just a case of humans having limitations to their capabilities. And just because I spoke with telecoms doesn't mean that the person I spoke with was even aware of what the call taker, because you have 2 sides to telecoms. There's a bank of call takers and a bank of dispatchers. So the families would have called in and spoken with the call takers, and I would have called in and spoken with the dispatchers. There's a necessary gap there because in the past we've found that's what works best for most occasions. But this is not a one size fits all, and short of redoing your entire infrastructure to make it more suitable to a mass shooting situation, which occurs thankfully once a lifetime, we have to have a system that works for the other 99.999% of the time effectively. And I'm no expert on telecoms or communication systems or why what we have works the way it does. I wish I could say, this is your fix, but I can't, I'm sorry.
Oh, I appreciate it. I'm going to move on to final area of questioning. And it's a question that had previously been asked to some of your colleagues by my friend, Mr. Bryson, who is participant counsel. He represents the Bond family, and he had asked a question to Staff Sergeant Bryers as well as Staff Sergeant Carroll. And it pertains to some untested evidence that indicates that a person was able to drive on the Blueberry Field Road.
Sad tactic. That's an extremely sad tactic. Lawyers, families, lawyers, not allowed to ask questions. Don't try and paint it like they were. They try and make it sound like that. Bullshit. Bullshit. That question wasn't written and then directed towards him. Bullshit. Quit lying. That's a lie. You're not lying, but you're painting it that way. Oh, it was a submitted question. It wasn't submitted to him. She said that. Quit lying.
Is what we refer to it at around 2:04 p.m. on April 19th, and that the driver was able to get onto that road, take a photograph, and leave without encountering any roadblocks or containment by RCMP. Do you know whether or not there was any containment or scene security on that side of Portapique at that time?
I do not.
Okay. And is that something, that scene security, that would have fallen kind of under your umbrella at the time?
If I had known that that was part of the scene, at that point, I was still under the assumption that that was not an access or egress road. We'd like to know everything and be aware of everything, but we're not and we weren't. If I had known that that was his route of egress, I would have made sure that it was guarded and that the public didn't have access to it, because that's potential evidence. But we, as investigators, find evidence as we proceed with the investigation.
I don't know how this one is still getting floated. Like, it's so clear that the lawyers know. The government lawyers know, because it's total bullshit. If you want to say that he's at 1051 at the gas station, how is it that he drove by Dean Dillman, who was there? So great investigation. No, that's a lie. Your evidence doesn't, it totally contradicts each other. Picture 1051, Dean Dillman at the end of the road. Can't drive by him. He's like, no, I would have seen a car. No. So that means the photo is either not of the supposed Wortman vehicle, i.e., or it's fake. But don't try and say that, you know, that's what they're trying to say about the Blueberry Field. Fuck off. Sell the Blueberry Field dash cam footage at the end of the road, because if you see the dash cam footage, you will see so much more. You will hear so much more. That's what they're afraid of. Dash cam footage. Bing. End of story. That's why Blueberry Field must go. Because then otherwise people will be like, okay, now we need to see the dash cam footage. I have so many examples of dash cam footage. That was one of the videos that I was putting together. All of the examples. Not all, many different examples. There was one that just came out the other day. 16 by Crime Beat. Globals, funnily enough. RCMP provided us with exclusive dash cam footage. Yeah, because they've had dash cams forever and a day. Back to, I don't know, 2007 at least. So all the cars that were sitting down there at the end of the road, they reviewed the tapes. They looked through them. you would see and hear so much more, and their story would go poof. That's why they need Blueberry Field in. There is no timestamp. No, there wasn't, but they inserted it in the MCC, right? I did the video right on that, and I'm like, no, that's not true. The fucking timestamp isn't there, so quit fucking lying. You put it in there, but even the timestamp that they put in there doesn't work, because then the whole story falls apart. Because it would take him much longer. Angelina's Pizzeria, the whole bullshit, then it all just goes. Do you follow? Well, I'm not trying to be condescending. That's how it all goes boom. He was down there all night. He et al. And others doing shit. You remember the magic camp out? Yeah, right. Come on. Blueberry Field Road must go, because if it doesn't, the rest of the story goes.
And it was a process of getting to the point where we understood that was his route of egress, and as such, there may be evidence there. We hadn't gotten to that point yet.
Certainly. And I think you already commented on this, but your knowledge of that Blueberry Field Road access, do you recall when you became aware of that?
I don't even know if it was at that time period, or if it was later after the commission started its work. I don't know. I just remember thinking, when I learned, I was probably actually before the commission was struck, but it would have been definitely after those two first initial days. Yeah.
Okay. And sorry, I said last question, and it's always a false promise from lawyers, but I do have one more question for you, Mr. O'Brien, and I don't need you to get into the content of it if it took place, but did you partake, or were you aware of any type of debrief following the incident with other command personnel?
Everybody was given access to a debrief, and I attended the debrief.
Okay, was that an operational debrief, or?
Don't know what you mean by operational debrief. It wasn't, from my memory, it was, I don't know what, I don't think any of them were focused. I don't know.
Okay.
I just know there were debriefs.
Okay. And you attended?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So Sergeant O'Brien, those are my questions. The way the process works now is we'll take a break. I'll caucus with my friends who represent various participants. I will be coming back to you with some additional questions informed by them, and the commissioners may as well have some questions for you. So what I'll suggest is that we break perhaps until 1, and we can do that process over lunch. Thanks.
There was a debrief at some point. Really? Sure about that one? Sure about that one? What was it? Campbell didn't want to have debriefs because of a member related shooting. That's in notes. So, sorry, fail, lie. They were all called for a debrief, even EHS. That's what I read in notes. I think it's also in McGilvery's interview. He's coy about it, but he says, well, there was reasoning was He doesn't say yay or nay, but he says Campbell put the kibosh because of officer-related shooting. Yeah. And I'm going to rename this Mass Casualty Commission. It is very clear. This is covert ops cover. So I think I'm just going to call every single video from now on covert ops cover. That's what it is. It's fucking ridiculous. The COC. There we go. We can do the COC, covert ops cover. That's all this fucking Yahoo business is. All of them are throwing themselves down and their entire institution down the toilet just to cover up Balin and his goofy crap running around in the background. Bullshit. I'm becoming highly opinionated now on things, but I'm tired of being quiet about it. I've voiced these opinions in private to certain individuals for a long time, but this is just garbage. Does Dorrington know Banfield, and did he know Wortman? From my understanding, it was Dorrington who was doing the visiting with Banfield Wortman, not Wiley. That's just cover. Why is there a break? So that they can go and get their shit together, because that's the coughing in the background. I think the RCMP. That's not families. That's not family lawyers. I don't believe even they were allowed to attend. It was all done over Zooms. It's almost like Sean DeWitt, official photographer of the RCMP, sitting in the COVID closed room where press couldn't go. Taking photos of Darren doing his April 24th press conference. They knew very little and they came straight up. No. Well, certain people didn't and certain people did. Certain people did know and certain people didn't. And the ones that didn't know, well, they got snowed with garbage like, hey, there's a photo. Look at this photo. Go over here. There's a car over there. Otherwise, it would have ended. Oh, no. You could have shut it down. No. I don't know what their reasoning is for any of this. I haven't figured that one out on at least parts of it. And I'm like, but if they wanted to shut it down, they would have shut it down. There's so many things. They've admitted that there's GPS in the cars. They could have pulled the GPS on his car. What was it? That was in it. We didn't have any cell phone or GPS data for his car. So you admitted that you can get GPS off of his car. And he did have a cell phone. And that's been proven. We proved that. Dorrington and Balin are being protected, but who are they protecting? Shit falls downhill. No. Balin is the dude. Balin is the dude. He the man. Acting Director General, Covert Ops, all of Canada, RCMP. They're so full of bullshit it makes me sick. Yeah, that goddamn Cobequid. I don't know anything about that road. I'm sure we sent him over there. In his notes. When I did that video about it, when those papers came out and I was reviewing it, I'm like, what the fuck? And then O'Dear had the GPS records, and I was like, oh no. And I would say, just once again, call me tinfoil. I don't think so. They just watch this channel. They watch what we do in the Discord. And then they try and write it into the covert ops cover, the COC, not the MCC, the COC. So we do a video about it. Now those people know. They know that he stopped. We have to talk about that. Otherwise, it's going to get out. We'll try and get ahead of this one. It's just, one thing after another. But your point is true. Yes. Who's pulling the strings behind Balin? It still goes up. All that shit, like I said at the beginning, went straight to Ottawa right away. And right away, they had the war room going. And that's all in the first video. So many of the stuff that we said in the first video is absolutely 100% true. I don't think, frankly, anything that we've said has been disproven. Anything. I know that that's a bold claim to make. I like to make sure that I'm 100% right on things. Well, I'm not 100% right, but very little that we've said, especially big things, we've been wrong about. We're good. We're really good. That's because there's really good brains involved. These people. Fuck them, man. Covert ops cover. Bullshit. Get on with it. Clearly, Dorrington knew what Wortman, or he had an extreme suspicion of Wortman in order to take pictures of. I don't believe the picture. Look at his testimony versus Colford. I can't say that he didn't take the picture, but what he said happened versus what Colford said happened, two totally different things. They don't line up. He paints him as, crazy and getting out of his car and all this aggressive stuff and blah, blah, blah. And Colford's like, oh, I was on the other side of the car. Even his story doesn't make sense. Like, oh, I could tell. I ran his plate. Think about a car that flew by you. What do you got? Superman vision in your rear view mirror? Yeah, I can read that license plate as it's speeding. Backward. I ran it through the system. I realized it wasn't a traffic car. So then I whipped around and I pulled him over. And I had to yell over my bullhorn, and he was so aggressive and all this other stuff. And Colford's like, no, not at all. O'Brien said in the video, it's normal to take a picture of a license plate and a card. That seems off to me. Never seen a cop do that. Just like I've never seen a fully equipped police car as a replica. Still waiting. Still haven't got that email. Challenge has been out there the whole time. Car 54, winning awards. Car 54, same officer who picks up the tapes from the big stop. Not picks them up, is the investigator. Right. How convenient. Don't know if it was going south at that point, and that's why they had to get the cover out already. Bullshit. No dash video. Exactly. There we go. Great point, Robert. Where is the dash cam footage of the dash cam video of the pullover and all the screaming and the bullhorn and Wortman getting out of his car and all that? Let's see it. Give it here. You know why? Not there. That's why. Otherwise, they would have surfaced that. They would have blurred out his face and done all the normal things that they do in this one. They don't have it. Covert ops cover. Brrrt. All the pieces are fitting. Not all of them. There's still gas I'm not understanding. So Dorrington isn't appearing at MCC. Nope. Nope. There have been multiple requests for him to appear. Nope. Not going to. Yet he's the most integral person. Remember when they took his interview down off the MCC? The one that they left up. The one transcript. Just like all of them. Probably these interviews, if they had the video of them, you'd see them pissing their pants. The lawyers all sitting there, the tape stopping, drinking water, running out of the room. That's what you're going to see. That's why they said, it's for privacy. What? It's a police officer. You don't need privacy. Telling the truth, not a problem. You've got the written words there. What's the difference? Give the audio tape and the videotape. No. Just like the dash cam footage. Give it here. Covert ops cover. Oops, the dog ate it. Colford got accommodations. Yeah. Isn't her thing behind closed doors, and then it'll be a transcript or something? Colford, very important. Absolutely. Yep. Dorrington spent time on the road before this took place, visiting a couple that were notorious in the swinger scene. I don't know anything like this swinger. I think again this is a bit of a red herring. It really takes people. The salaciousness always seems to catch people. I don't know why. Sex seems to capture people. Was there stuff going on? Yes. I'm fairly certain of that one. Things that are maybe not all people engage in. Some people choose to. But does that have anything to do with it? Probably not. Just seedy. But salacious. Captures people's attentions. Shiny thing. But I don't know about whether he participated in. I have no idea. I can't. That's never surfaced. Hers is email. An email testimony? Sorry? Written replies, I think. That BFG guy and 150s. Dorrington seems to rattle some cages for some reasons. I guess RCMP aren't music fans. Okay. Not quite following. Reference to Big Fun Garage. But don't seem to understand the Dorrington. Must be a video that Big Fun Garage did. Unfucking real. Just when I thought of this bullshit couldn't get any worse. Try and slide by the goalie. Oh, there's layers. It's all layers. Oh, I think my dog just got sick. You okay? Nova. But sex is how you compromise people. If it was covert thing. Well, I'm not gonna, I try and not go too tinfoily. Is it possible? Absolutely. Do they do that? Yes. Am I saying that happened? I don't know. Commission sent questions and she sent them back. Wow. For a dead man. Covert ops cover. Where are the porn bots now? Are they realizing that you keep sticking porn bots in, that they just look more and more obvious? Damn, those people. They figured out as soon as you mention covert ops, the porn bots come out. Uh-oh. You better stop that now. Fucking assholes. All right, let's fast forward. 1 a.m. Oh, okay. Well, so let's have a look at that. That's interesting. Once again, we've got the shitting the pants crew, right? Shitting the pants crew over there. Let's go. Presently on break. Presently on break. Will resume shortly. What was it before? 1 a.m. Okay. Presently on break. Will resume shortly. Gosh, it's going to be a short day for me. Oh. Shitting the pants crew needed more time. Diapers. You fucking disgusting people. You disgusting individuals who are participating in this. Weeping and gnashing of teeth. It's not in our realm. You're going to burn eternally. Ain't going to be pleasant. Ouch. I feel sorry for you. I truly do. You think it's a joke. Just wait. How long was the break on this one? $2:02, roughly. I'm going to go with that. 2:02 to... Wow. 2 hours, 40 minutes. That is fucking insane. They are seriously shitting their pants. Please, man, just fall on the sword more. Please, just, tell them how drunk you were. How much of a fuck up your whole entire life has been. Please, just do that. We need you to do that to protect this one. Please. Please. Sad. Get a couple comments in here while this is still going. Still trying to wrap my head around someone driving.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
Speed limit. Smiling and waving at people, just randomly stopping and shooting people in seconds and then driving away. It's doing speed limits. Speed limits, Wortman speed limits, supposed Wortman, whatever, perpetrator, blah, whatever they're doing, are all over the map. Speeding, not speeding, sleeping, having showers, whatever claims I've heard out there, totally ludicrous. You forgot that Peterson kept driving a few more clicks north before whipping his car around the widest road in Colchester. Peterson is, I don't know. Who's pissed at him in the media right now? Publicly? The person who won't appear? Oh, that's right, Dorrington. I think that's a bit of a flag. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll sell newspaper and narratives. Yes. Shiny things. Shiny. 2 hours, 40 minutes. For what? An hour lunch break. Disgusting. Weeping and gnashing of teeth. Burning. Eternal. Not mine, God's. I'm sure his punishments far outweigh man's. Don't forget Basselt was right in front of Peterson. Yeah, the people that are all supposedly around, putting the GPS, even they're limited, not logged on MWS. Basselt works for Trero. Oh, does he? Interesting. Well, they all live in the community. I don't know. Shame follows. Shame's making a comeback hard. I travel that road quite often during the summer, and I go to my cottage. Starting to believe a lot of the murders were not done by Gabriel Wortman. I wonder who it was that murdered most of these people. I don't know. I'm not saying. I just know that the math doesn't work. For one, it just doesn't. Never has. It's not logical that one person could go through and do all these things, remain relatively unharmed. No. Flying all over the province for 13 hours with all of their techno goo. Get out of here. Get out of here. No dash cams. Where's all the dash cam footage? How about of Peterson? Peterson passing him. Where's all this dash cam footage? You see, now it's open a can of whoop ass. Whoop ass. And don't say it doesn't exist, RCMP. I know 100% that it does. And we'll just leave it there. I know. Not because of articles, not because of anything else. I know that you have footage down there that night. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
And I appreciate your patience. I've had an opportunity to consult with various counsel, and one of the areas of questioning that I had left off on was discussion about a debrief following the events of the 18th and 19th of 2020. And perhaps to start off this area of questioning, I'll ask you in terms of the type of debrief that was it specific to sort of a dissection or review of operational tactics and decisions over the course of those 2 days?
No, the debrief that I attended was a mental health debrief.
Okay, all right, thank you. And so there wasn't, you didn't attend at any point a debrief where there was an analysis of decision-making or technological aspects or tactical aspects of the response?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you some further questions about the consumption of alcohol on the night of the 18th. I think you had indicated in your statement that it was several drinks of rum?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how many, or can you recall roughly how many ounces of rum you had that evening?
It's 4 or 5 drinks, so 4 or 5 ounces.
4 or 5 drinks or ounces. And what time frame was that over roughly?
6-ish to 10-ish.
Okay. And so perhaps the answer is obvious, but why was it that you had requested that your wife drive you to the detachment in order to get the portable radio?
Perception is very powerful, and I did not feel intoxicated. I was not intoxicated, but if anything, if I had driven myself and anything had happened, I had encountered a member of the public or another member, or if I had been involved in an accident, even one that was not my fault, there would have been a perception that I had been drinking and was possibly intoxicated.
Well, so you can't drive a car, but you can make command decisions. Perception. I feel badly for this man. I do. You have sewered your entire life, your reputation. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know if you're getting something in exchange. It's not worth it.
and that's always a bad thing.
Okay. Did you at any point in the course of the evening take any approved screening device or breathalyzer? And if so, do you know what the results were?
I did not.
Okay. Did you consume any other intoxicating substances that evening?
No, I did not.
Okay. You had referenced the RCMP Code of Conduct in relation to concern about operating under the influence. And I think you may have been referring to section 4.3, correct me if I'm wrong. That's the section that states duties and responsibilities of members. Section 4.3, members on duty are fit to carry out their duties and responsibilities and are not impaired by drugs, alcohol, or other substances. Is that what you were referring to in your direct when you had talked about the RCMP Code of Conduct?
Yes.
Okay.
I totally agree. The drinking is a cover. It's an absolute 100% cover. Did he probably do it? Absolutely. But again, think about also, you get a 24-hour for like 0.1, 0.01, or sorry, 0.1. You have even a hint, it's a 24-hour these days. So 24-hour suspension from working. You can drive around later. No, all over the place. There's no proof. There isn't been proof. There is boot, blood, Heidi. There's very little blood on Wortman, funnily enough, of all of these people. I think there's 3 people, DNA appear. There's very, and he should be covered. I'm sorry to be graphic, but he should be covered in blood, especially with Corey. Zero proof. There is zero proof, and families say that too. They do. They're asking, and they're the ones, funnily enough, who should be like totally okay. They're not. They're not buying it. I don't believe you should have a pension. Not run down your time. If he had just come and said, like, listen, I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't have been doing what I was doing. Like, and spill the beans on the rest of it. The goo on the bottom. Drop it. Then you'll be a man. Then you'll be a man. In AA, I had to learn that one. Not that I ever had a problem accepting responsibility for the shit that I did. But you got to, when you tell, you got to tell all. Everything. That's the way it works. Boozing means that. Not partly, not a little bit, not excuses. You accept full responsibility. Be a man. Don't hide behind pissy pots and pensions and cameras. This is fucking ridiculous, man. You call yourself a man?
And did you feel at any point in the course of that evening that you were in breach of this code of conduct?
No.
Okay.
The only reason he quit, I would say, dollars to donuts. Again, that's just my opinion. But that is the tried and tested and true pattern. When you're facing a code of conduct, guess what? Get out. Then no problem. he was going to face a code of conduct. It's a layer. It's just like Sad's saying, just like I'm saying, it's just a layer. Bad shit was going on, mistakes were being made, blah, 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 but it's the garbage underneath. That's what Ottawa is protecting. And they will make anybody and everybody fall on their sword, including their own force, and they're suing all of their members.
I want to ask you about engagement of other resources or persons. Why it was that there was a decision on your part to engage in the incident, given the decision that you had made to sort of refrain from taking a supervisory role, rather than alerting Sergeant Darren Bernard, who I understand his Millbrook members were also involved in the incident. So why was there no reach out to Sergeant Bernard?
Sergeant Bernard was not in my chain of command. I'm not sure if I understand the question. My responsibility flows through the district commander, who is Staff Sergeant Al Carroll. And the first thing I did was have a conversation with Staff Sergeant Al Carroll about what was going on and my current situation and what my plans were and were not. If Al Carroll had felt the need to call additional resources in, it would have been his job or responsibility to reach out. And I'm sure that someone did, because we had Millbrook members under Millbrook was Sergeant Bernard's unit, and Millbrook members were some of the first members involved, other than Colchester district members.
Okay, so you would view it as Staff Sergeant Carroll's jurisdiction or responsibility to reach out to other detachment commanders.
Yeah. Now, yeah, just leave it at that.
Okay.
Leave it at that? Just leave it at that. Okay, no problem. We won't. Water now, get the water. Just leave it at that.
And would you feel the same way about engagement with Truro Police Services? Did you have any engagement with them, or would it fall to you in your responsibility to engage with them?
It would be different under every kind of circumstance. Were I in charge of a situation and I felt the need to reach out to another external police service, I would do so through our telecommunications center. Okay. If I were not in charge, say if Staff Sergeant Al Carroll were in charge, it would be his responsibility. If the situation were being managed by his supervisor, Staff Sergeant Halliday, it would be his responsibility. Okay. It would turn with who was managing the situation.
Okay, and those types of requests or communications, are they generally facilitated through the OCC?
Generally,
okay.
Just out of convenience. And again, each circumstance is completely different. If you've got a situation that's not time sensitive, you're sitting there with a phone at hand and you want to have a conversation with an external police service, and it's not something that would have to go through higher ups, because there are circumstances that would have to go through criminal operations for certain types of requests, but it would
sure
really
in the context, I guess, of a critical incident, it would typically go through the OCC, or would there be other avenues of relaying information to other police agencies?
It would typically go through OCC in my experience.
Okay, all right.
Now, I'm sure that would be followed up by a telephone call, but normally it would be something akin to contacting OCC. Could you please let Truro Police know I need a call? they can call me at this number, because you don't know who's working or who's going to get that phone call. So
And you yourself, sorry if I asked this, didn't have any engagement with Truro Police Services?
No.
Okay. Okay. Are you aware if there is a threat assessment coordinator, or was a threat assessment coordinator at the Colchester District RCMP or at any other detachment in Nova Scotia?
not sure what a threat assessment coordinator is.
Okay.
We do threat assessments.
Okay. No knowledge of a specific position referred to as a threat assessment coordinator?
No.
Okay. Do you feel that the use of night vision goggles and or the use of FLIR would have been helpful to first responders in this instance?
That's probably a question better asked to the people that were on the ground. Yeah, it couldn't have hurt.
Would there have been any technology that would have assisted in your role, your supervisory role, that would have assisted you in your engagement with the contact team or with other members?
None of which I'm aware.
Sure.
Like, I mean,
we've talked a lot throughout these proceedings about the GPS technology and the fact that on the kids screen, there's an ability to see the location of vehicles, but not the location of individual members once they depart from their vehicles. Do you have a view as to whether GPS placed inside portable radios would have provided any assistance to you?
I'm going to rethink my last response and say, yes, I would have liked to have that capability. Okay. Absolutely.
Is there any type of resource or a binder at the Bible Hill detachment that would list all of the available assets in the event of a critical incident that could be accessed? Do you have access to any type of resource like that?
Each unit has unit supplements in our manuals that would deal with local possible critical incident type things. Say you have a large mill, well, you'd probably have a section in your division, your unit supplements, which would deal with what to do in the case of a fire at that mill. Is there any roads we need to shut down? You know, what can we do to assist the fire department, et cetera. But I've never, I mean, you can't, trying to predict what kind of crisis you're going to have is impossible. As many as possible are covered, realistically speaking, in unit supplements. But you would need unreasonably large amount of knowledge and forethought and paper and pen and everything to try and conceive of every possible catastrophe.
Oh, sure. And I think this question is aimed more in the idea of resources that would be available as an assistance. So for instance, listing out air services that are available, police dog services that are available. Is there anywhere where there's sort of a consolidation of the resources available to members that's accessible from your detachment?
Telecoms.
Telecom, so OCC.
OCC would be our resource if you need something. Now, I'm sure there are, there's probably, yeah, there would be a directory somewhere in the detachment with all that, but It's the idea is that OCC is there to support the members, and a member in the field is much better served to call OCC and say, is there a dog man available? They would have certainly current, accurate information on who is available at that particular time, or have the ability to find that out at the drop of a hat.
Okay. And the unit supplements, those are, you indicated sort of resources specific to a certain geographical area?
Yes, each
Okay.
unit or district would have a unit supplement, which would deal with potential policing issues in their given area. Each policing unit has a different community to serve, and there are always going to be unique circumstances or unique situations, unique geography. So.
Okay. And I realize that you've been retired for a bit of time, but do you have any recollection as to references made with respect to the unit supplements in the Bible Hill detachment, or what was contained in the unit supplements?
I had read them,
Yeah.
or reviewed them anyway. Well, of course, the college is the big concern. You know, what were to happen if there was a shooting on the college, or labor unrest at the college, or unruly parties at the college. I'm sure there are lots of smaller, more unique issues in the manuals. I don't recall now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you had indicated over the night of the 18th and into the 19th, I think you had said you were using mostly Google Maps. Was that?
I used primarily kids,
Okay.
but I do recall at least once referencing Google Maps. We were discussing whether or not you could get by foot from the perpetrator's house sort of west over to the next road that went south off the number 2. I think it was the number 2, the main highway that goes through there. And kids does not show any geographical detail, you can't see it. Whereas Google has a satellite feature, and you could open Google up and you could see that it's essentially a marsh. Now, still, we're not able to eliminate the possibility that it could be transited on foot, but certainly it was obvious that it wasn't, it wouldn't be just simply walking across the field.
Sure. And so you were looking at the Google Maps for the terrain aspect of the
Yes.
information gathering, and you
So now the map works. Okay. It's only sometimes.
indicated looking at it for the purposes of informing the containment strategy, but did you take any look at it on the 19th when you were present in Portapique?
On the 19th, I wouldn't have had access to Google because I was in a police car with a mobile workstation. So I've been restricted to a limited form of kids,
Okay.
not the same capabilities that I had on my laptop.
And you're not able to access Google Maps from the MWS?
You may be, but I don't have the technical knowledge to do that.
Sure. And can you recall whether or not you would have been able to see, in particular, Cobequid Court or the residences around that area on the Google Map terrain view?
I don't know. I didn't look for that.
Okay. Are you aware of a national policy guideline for securing potential crime scenes?
I'm sure there is one. It's a part of our training.
Yeah, part of your training. Check that box. Strange how he keeps checking all the boxes, but for some reason, doesn't. No. Right.
Okay, what does your training with respect to scene security entail?
It's a very broad question. I may not be going in the right direction here. We guard scenes to maintain the integrity of any evidence that can be collected and to prevent danger to the public or to members. So if we have a scene that's a burned out house with a basement, we don't want people walking in and falling into the hole kind of thing. But most importantly, we guard scenes to maintain and preserve evidence, to make sure that that evidence we have continuity of that evidence. And a scene can be anything from a mark on a ground that we're guarding to a football stadium sized scene. And you have to be flexible with how you ensure continuity of the scene based on the scene itself.
So what are I mean, I know it is a broad question, but broadly speaking, I mean, what are the main priorities with respect to guarding a scene? What are the main goals?
Preservation of evidence.
Preservation of evidence. Okay.
Security of community and members.
Okay.
Right. What about 𝙋𝙍𝙀? And Mr. Moneypenny, good morning. Your point. Exactly. With heavy equipment. Bodies and heavy equipment don't get on. The proof's out there. Hope those families are suing for that too.
That morning of April 19th, when you attended the Portapique community, did you recall or did you encounter the resident from that area, Mr. Merzbach?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall encountering any community members while you were there?
One gentleman was driving up the street and I stopped him and I said, you know, is there a need for you to be traveling today? And he said, I'm going to the store. I said, could I get you to go home? He said, no, I'm going to the store. So I said, okay.
Okay. Was that the only person that you encountered?
It's the only one I recall.
Okay. And what was your thinking with respect to the direction, asking him to go home and letting him proceed on his way?
There was no legal reason for me to prevent him from going on his way.
Okay.
Really? That was a crime scene. The fucking entire area was a crime scene. You sure about that one? Basketball.
As we had discussed this morning, you were aware that Constable Colford was not carbine trained. Was there any concern or consideration about having a carbine trained officer with her at the containment point at the head of Portapique Beach Road and Highway 2?
I don't think I was aware at the time that she was not carbine trained.
Okay.
I was aware that there were members in the detachment not carbine trained, but it wasn't something that I thought about or considered that night, and probably an error on my part. I sort of assumed that everybody there was.
Okay. Okay.
Guess those Moncton recommendations worked out real well. The ones that you fought, you know? Then finally you did get them from the McNeil report. Oops, forgot to implement those. Oh, sorry, we're just so stupid.
Okay. So you weren't aware of the carbine status of Corporal Jameson?
No, Corporal Jameson didn't work in Colchester District, so I wouldn't have been routinely aware of her anyway, what
Okay.
training she had.
Okay. I guess given the knowledge now, if this incident were to occur again, would you have any thoughts with respect to having a non-carbine trained member performing the containment aspect?
You work with what you have. And in that case, when the members got there, there were only 4 of them and 3 of them went in as a contact team. Would I have preferred to have a non-carbine trained member on the contact team or at the head of the road? I would have preferred to have the non-carbine trained member at the head of the road as opposed to the contact team, because the contact team was higher probability of encountering the active threat. But I mean, you don't know who is going to encounter him or her when, and ideally every member would be carbine trained and fully outfitted. But the reality is you're not going to say don't go to a member that's not carbine trained. That member is just going to have to take into consideration that they have a limitation and they're going to have to work to overcome that somehow.
Okay, thank you. Madam Registrar, I'm wondering if there's any availability to pull up COM 14753. And I believe, Mr. O'Brien, that these are the call logs, your call logs from the night of the 18th. And in particular, I believe at 2341, right. So there's some reference here to calls from members, Constable Rodney McDonald, Constable Nick Dorrington is at 2343. And in both instances, there's this told to stand by.
Mm-hmm.
What does this mean, the told to stand by?
I was not the person making decisions on continuity of manpower. So I told them to stand by. I contacted management and said, this member has offered to come in. Here's the number. Then they would then proceed with the decision on whether to call that person in. You can't just have everybody come in at once. You have to ensure that when the members that are working need relief, that you have members ready to come in and relieve them. So somebody somewhere in the organization of the CIC was going to be making those decisions and was going to create plans for when they needed members and where. It was not up to me. So when those members contacted me directly, because I was their sergeant, I couldn't make that decision. So I told them, stand by, someone will be in touch, pass their names on to the people making those decisions, whoever they were.
And who was that? Do you recall who?
I don't know. I would have contacted either Staff Sergeant Al Carroll or Staff Sergeant Steve Halliday and said, we have Rodney McDonald and we have Nick Dorrington offering to come in. Here's their numbers.
Okay. And do you have any recollection as to whether any of those members were directed by Staff Sergeant Carroll or Staff Sergeant Halliday to attend? Or
I know both those members were at the scene later, so I would assume, based on the fact that they showed up later, that they were given direction to come in.
okay. You aren't sure whether or not they were given the direction or whether they may have just deployed themselves?
Nobody deployed themselves. We had members attend unbidden, but they didn't go to the scene. They came in and said, I'm here at the detachment. Where do you need me to go?
I see. I see. Okay.
At least that's my understanding of how it happened.
Okay, no, and I'm going to take you back to, I had asked you this morning about your conversation in the parking lot with Corporal Peterson. And you indicated you couldn't really recall that conversation. And I'm going to pull up a portion of his interview. And the quote that I'm referring to, I apologize, bear with me, Mr. O'Brien. Towards the middle of the page, I think. So the line starts with command post and he needed another battery. And this is from his interview. And he states, so he, referring to you, he's walking pretty fast and then he came towards me. And so I'm sitting in my car or truck, the SUV, the Tahoe, I think it is. So I'm sitting in the Tahoe and he comes at me and says, "Why'd your guys come out last night?" And I said, "I don't know. I don't know why." He said, "Do you know we had something going on last night?" And I said, "Yeah, I heard something went on." And so from there, he said, "We have nobody to take calls today, and you're going to have to take calls today." And he was like pointed his finger at me, and I said, "Okay." And so first of all, from there, I said, "Okay, I'll find out. I don't know what happened last night. I'm just getting here," sort of that I'm just getting here, but I'll find out for you. So from there, I remember that he was starting to walk away, and it goes on. But in reading this or having this presented to you, does that assist you in recalling any of your conversation?
There's no question in my mind that Rodney felt very confronted by me. However, none of that sounds like me. None of that is consistent with how I deal with Rodney, and I've known Rodney for several years and supervised him for 3. I have vague memories of coming out that door that morning, but I would have to rely on somebody else for the confirmation of that conversation. And all I can say is, I'm certainly sorry Rodney felt that way, but that's not how I interacted with Rodney. And it doesn't sound like me at all.
Was this,
And 'cause-
oh, sorry, I didn't mean to, please finish.
I knew that members on his team had come out, and I knew why they had come out. So I would question why I would even ask that of Rodney at that time.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask you is whether this issue of members coming out, was there an issue in your view over the course of the 18th to the 19th in terms of having fresh members, the availability of fresh members to attend on the 19th? Was that an issue that you were dealing with, do you recall?
I wasn't dealing with it because it wasn't anything I was assigned to, but I had no concerns about it. On an average Friday night, if someone calls in sick, it can be difficult to get somebody to come in and work overtime to backfill them, because on the average Friday night, most members have entertainments going on. But when something like this happens, when something big happens, there's never any trouble finding members. You have trouble finding members who are close enough, but there's always an influx. And I knew we would have members coming from local detachments or neighborhood detachments. I knew we would have members coming from the city. We would have emergency response teams. We would have dog teams. We would have people coming from New Brunswick if we need them. And over the course of the next couple months, our detachment was flooded with members from all over the country. And that started in the middle of the night on the 18th and 19th, and I knew we wouldn't have trouble getting members the next day. So again, not consistent with my apparent concerns.
Okay, thank you. On the evening of the 18th, there were some early containment points voiced by Staff Rehill. One of those being an instruction for a member to stage at the location of Hillview Lane, which would have been to the east side of Portapique Beach Road and Highway 2. Do you recall hearing that dispatch at all?
No.
Okay. Madam Registrar, I apologize. I'm wondering if we can pull up the call log again. I have the COM number here if you need it, 14753. And I'm going to ask to go to, I think it's 2309. Yes, so 2309, there's a series of calls here, 4 calls to Constable Colford, where there was no response, and then one call where she picked up, or it appears there was a conversation. I know it's listed here as having unknown content, but do you have any recollection of what the content of that discussion was?
No, I don't.
Okay. And you don't recall, I assume, any discussion with respect to containment points or any comments that witnesses had relayed to her about an alternative route out of Portapique?
No.
I think I'd asked you this, Mr. O'Brien, but I'll make sure it's clear for the record. April 18th, you were current in your IARD training?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to decisions made pertaining to the contact team, there was the initial decision to refrain from sending in a second team. Was there any consideration on your part of adding additional members to the initial contact team that had already entered?
I don't recall considering that myself, no, and I don't recall having a conversation with anyone about it.
Okay. And I apologize for jumping around here a little bit. You testified with respect to while you were in Portapique on the 19th, you were using Staff Sergeant Halliday's vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay. And does Staff Sergeant Halliday's, or did Staff Sergeant Halliday's vehicle have an MWS in it? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but I do remember driving around the loop, as I think of it, in a Ford marked unit. I don't know whose vehicle that would have been. In my role that day, it didn't really matter what I drove, and obviously there were times when other members needed particular vehicles, and I sort of took what was available. I just trying to think. I don't know if Staff Sergeant Halliday's truck had an MWS or not, but when I was driving around the loop, somehow I'd inherited a marked vehicle with an MWS, because I remember working on the MWS.
Okay, so you do recall accessing an MWS while you were in Portapique?
Yes.
Okay, and what were you using? Do you recall what you were using the MWS for at that stage?
No. No.
Okay. It would have had the mapping on it, I suppose, through the
It
KID
had
system.
the kids MWS mapping, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have a rough sense of whether it was earlier on in your time in Portapique or later on in your time in Portapique that you were accessing the MWS?
I want to say later, because I think that's the car I drove back to the detachment in. but I can't say for sure.
Okay.
And it might just as well have been, I mean,
He doesn't even know what car he drove back in? Seriously? He's got to be really gunned. Wow. I mean, like I said, layers. It is the stuff, but oh boy, he's got to be right out there.
I could have just swapped cars with one of the members that was guarding the scene, so I'd have an MWS if Staff Sergeant Halliday's car didn't have one, which is probably a pretty good reason why I might have.
Okay. And we had talked this morning about how the MWS in Corporal McDonald's vehicle, he indicated seeing calls coming in, or a reference to calls coming in for wellness checks. Did you see anything like that when you were looking?
No, I did.
Oh, this part's important. Corporal McDonald, Jarrett McDonald, and wellness checks. Important. Just planting seeds for future things.
So on the 19th in Portapique, we know that initially, prior to your arrival, the ERT team had commenced an evacuation plan. And that was, of course, interrupted when information came in about the perpetrator being sighted in the Wentworth area. Do you recall whether there was any, upon your arrival, any discussion or plan or recommencement of that evacuation plan?
I wasn't aware of an evacuation plan.
Okay. And when Corporal McDonald attended the scene, he was the member who relieved you?
That's correct. Corporal
Okay.
Jarrett McDonald.
Jared McDonald, thank you. And do you recall what your debrief was with Corporal Jared McDonald?
I went over, I believe, who was where, who the members were at each scene, and where the scenes were. I think I might have even driven around the loop with them. I can't say for sure, but it basically, it was scene containment. I was showing him where the scenes were, and who was at each scene, and I probably passed on to him who had been there for an extended period of time and should expect relief soon.
I'm very focused on what he's saying about Jarrett McDonald and the wellness checks, but equally, I keep hearing him mention the loop. Loop is a term used by people who live there. That's the only time I've ever heard, because whenever I've spoken to anybody who's down there, they always refer to it as the loop. And the first few times I was getting really confused, because I'm like, well, do you mean Portapique Crescent? No. That's what we all call it here, the loop. I'm like, oh, okay. And it took me a while to figure, just because I would get confused again and again about it. I find it very interesting that he uses the term loop. It's very, it seems to be a term that only locals use. He must be familiar with the area, like quite familiar.
These are all logistical issues concerning scene containment.
Okay. And sorry, you had indicated what this route in this morning, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. When you say drove the loop in Portapique, what's your recollection of that?
I think it's Portapique Beach Road, which is the main road that comes in from the main highway and goes down past the perpetrator's house to sort of the end, its natural end, and then it goes sort of east again and then turns back north and becomes a different street, which then again goes back west and joins up with Portapique Beach Road. Now that's not, I stand to be corrected on that, but there was definitely a loop that I drove that covered all of the scenes that we had. And then I would go back out to the road to
Okay.
visit the member at the head of the road.
So if I were to suggest you were traveling Portapique Beach Road and Orchard Beach Drive, those were the two roads that you think you were likely traversing during your time in Portapique that day?
I want to say yes, but I don't know
Sure.
what Orchard Beach Drive is. So
No, I appreciate that.
He doesn't know OBR, but he calls it loop. He definitely knows that area. He definitely knows that area. That's really spooky. Mr. Moneypenny, he doesn't seem to be in the loop. Well, I would say he is, if he's willing to sell himself down the river, a certain river that's from Greek mythology. He most certainly knows certain things. Everything's very siloed, but he would know.
We had some discussion about handing these scenes and handing the investigation, such as canvassing for witnesses, over to MCU, major crime investigators. Did you yourself have any conversations with any of the MCU investigators that morning?
No.
Okay. Did you see any of them attend the scene before you were relieved?
No.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. O'Brien, just bear with me here. I just want to make sure I've covered. Those are the questions that I have as a result of the previous caucus. Mr. O'Brien, the way it works now is I'll step back out, see if there's any areas that I need to expand upon or refine, and we'll resume then. So perhaps it's 3 o'clock now. If we could take a 20-minute break.
Hmm. 20-minute break. Even Nova's outraged. Did something make you mad? Aw. He was so drunk he couldn't even. Wow. There's so much wow. You don't even know what car you drove. That, like, I mean, obviously it's no secret to anybody here. I was a big drinker. I didn't drink and drive, but I generally knew, kind of how I got home when I was really in the sauce. And you're supposedly sober and you don't know what vehicle you were in. Whose car? Wow. I don't know. Sad. All right, let's see how long this break lasts. It's supposedly 20 minutes, right? Booze. One of those skirts again. Yeah, it's a skirt. There's all these skirts. That's why I keep saying skirt. There's tons of them. Heidi, animals, women abuse, button issues, Montreal Polytechnique. They just keep trotting them out. It's sad. All kinds of emotional manipulation. Our family member. Oh boy. Just all kinds of mistakes. We just make mistakes. Oh, here we go. So 3:20, right? Okay, and then we go to 3:30. Okay, so now it's turned into a 20-minute break. The shitting pants thing is commenced. How long was it really? roughly. Let's see. 26 to oh, that looks like a 27-minute break so far. Maybe it'll come back in. Do you want me to go over to the loop? The loop? Ooh, he knows people. He knows that area. That's fucking freaky, man. There's something very special about Orchard Beach Estates. Something very special. It's clearly a government. What did I used to call it? I forget the term now. Yeah. Very special indeed. Ten-minute break turns into half an hour. It is a homeowners association, but it's so much more. It's the people who live there. There's something about the community. It's very insular. Very insular. If he's a drinker, he probably partied out there. Yeah. I mean, was Lisa's bar an RCMP bar? I'm beginning to think so. Seen it elsewhere. Basketball. Don't worry about cleaning up your stuff. I already got it. So. One day people will understand what I'm saying. It's like I just say things and then later they're like, huh? Wow, this is quite a break. Not Haven. What was the word I was looking for? I used to call.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Brien. I've had an opportunity to consult with council and through our caucus, and at this stage, there are no further questions on behalf of the participant council participating today. So at this stage, what I'll do is defer to the commissioners, who I understand will likely have some questions for you. And I will turn it over to them, and you'll be able to see them, I believe, in the screen in front of you.
I like that flash. I don't know what that was about. I'll have to freeze frame that.
Good afternoon, Sergeant O'Brien. May I call you Sergeant, knowing that you're retired, or would you prefer
Mr. will be fine.
Or... Okay, Mr. O'Brien.
Yeah, too bad. Sergeant, pretty tarnished. Sergeant. Yeah, look at her green screen still fucking around. Terrible for all your tech. Maybe Leanne knew Sergeant O'Brien, the Happy Doodle Doo Ranch, Happy Diddle Dees or whatever, the purple. Too bad that that was reaching out, making contact to family members. Oops, that's going to really look like a conflict of interest. Too bad. Sorry. Got that on record too. Brown envelopes. I got lots of them.
Well-deserved title to be called Mr. O'Brien after your many years of service. First and foremost, Mr. O'Brien, I would like to say that I don't have a lot of questions on behalf of the commissioners today. or myself specifically. And on that note, I want to thank both our Commission Counsel and participant questions that really were quite thorough and have answered any of or most of the outstanding questions that we would have. So the first question that I have for you, Mr. O'Brien, is you talked a lot about the need to be flexible when we were talking earlier, or you were answering questions earlier about the number of people that may or may not have weighed in the decisions at any given time, and the need to be able to be very flexible when you're out in the field. And I think at one point you may have even said something to the effect of you need to be flexible and be able to kind of adjust on the fly. That's the nature of policing sometimes. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to share with us, if you would, how the incident management intervention model, I think it's called IMIM, also the CAPRA model that I know that you'd be familiar with, how that factors into your decision making in terms of how you were trained, how you talked about the flexibility. We heard yesterday from your former colleague how situations are dynamic and shifting. Can you talk to us a little bit about how your training and the IMIM model and CAPRA would factor into that flexibility and why that's so important?
It's a very broad question, ma'am.
It is. So take your time and answer it to the best of your ability, if you would.
As you're aware, the incident management IMIM, incident management intervention model, is the framework upon which the RCMP hangs their response to calls. It's necessary to have this framework, and part of that framework is CAPRA. Part of that framework is our the use of force regulations. These are sort of the bones of the response that we have to calls. If you don't have those bones, flexibility becomes unmanageable. You need to have those sort of spinal support forms so that even when members are being flexible, they have a group of expectations on which to base decisions. If you attend a call and it's not at all like what you expected, or you attend a call and it starts in one direction and then changes course significantly, which happens frequently in policing, you need to be able to make those judgment calls and be flexible, but still using those sort of core principles as a guide for the decisions. Ma'am, were you looking for specific examples?
No, I wasn't looking for a specific example. But I thought it's important for context when you talked about the need to be flexible in responding, and how situational awareness factors into that, and how situation and the information coming in changes perhaps your approach.
Well, you can look at
how it influences your.
Well, I take an example. The decision-making process needed to determine whether IARD protocols are going to be used versus whether they're not going to be used. And that is something that can change multiple times during an incident, depending on the actions of the the threat, whether it's an active threat or whether it's not an active threat. And all of the principles that you've talked about, all of the frameworks that you've mentioned, IM, IARD, all of that, those are the points, the decision-making points that a member would have to use. Is this threat active? Is he actively or she actively causing a threat or harm to civilians or police? Is there cover? Is there concealment? Is it just wide open ground? Is there any chance that I'll be able to use the lower scale of my IM to intervene to bring this to a conclusion, or am I going to have to elevate from simply speaking to the person to lethal force, or any one of the number of interventions in between? This is the basics that each member has on board already. And when you go to a call, whether that call is a complaint of a mailbox knocked over or a complaint of a possible homicide, all of the same decision-making frameworks are used. And that's universal across our organization, which allows us, hopefully, to make informed decisions that will be consistent and that each of the members attending a scene would be able to relate to and understand and react to as well, because you have, especially in the case of the contact team on the night of April 18th, that had to communicate with each other and they had to understand each other's decisions. So they have to have all of the same frameworks on which to base their decisions. So when Constable Bisselt said, okay, this is what we're going to do, Constable Merchant and Constable Patton didn't second guess, didn't go, why are we doing that? They understood because they had the same education, the same training. They understood if Stuart had said, okay, this is no longer an IARD, or this is now an IARD, or we're going to seek cover, or we're just going to use this concealment, or why each particular step is taken. Do I use verbal intervention? Do I use open hand intervention? Do I skip those and go straight to lethal force? And when Staff Sergeant Halliday asked me to broadcast the expectations for members in case they encountered the threat, he was just reinforcing with each of those members the decision-making protocols and the frameworks on which they had to base decisions should they encounter the threat. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Very nicely, thank you. That's the type of explanation I think that helps certainly myself and hopefully others understand the backbone pieces that you talked of. I think my question stemming from that after your explanation is, Mr. O'Brien, do you feel that you were well prepared to operate within those three frameworks? I know we've heard a lot of credit given to Constable Bisselt in some of those decision makings. In your role as NCO assisting, do you feel that you were sufficiently trained and versed in those three backbone pieces on the use of force on CAPRA and the incident management models?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So that was a long way to getting to my direct question, but thank you very much for that. And this one is a question that may have already been asked, so I'm asking it just for a point of clarification. When I understand that you don't recall if Constable Dorrington contacted you first, or if you contacted him first after accessing the information on pros around the traffic stop in February of 2022. And I understand that cell phone was the mode of sharing that information and having members reach out to Constable Dorrington if they wanted to see that picture. Do you know if there was a bolo sent to all members that were signed into their MDT to be on the lookout for that vehicle from that traffic stop, or to contact Constable Dorrington to get the text picture?
I don't know.
You don't know. Who would typically be the one that would initiate a bolo to ensure that all members receive that, and that it wasn't just an instruction that went out on the air to contact Constable Dorrington on a one-off basis?
Normally, it would be whoever was managing a scene or an incident. That person would contact Telecommunications Center or OCC and ask that a bolo be sent out and indicate the radius and the details and what information he or she wanted distributed to the membership.
So that would be something that would rest with the scene commander.
Normally, yes.
Okay, and who would you consider to be the scene commander at that particular time?
Can you enlighten me as to what time of day that might have been? Give me some. I asked that because there, most of that evening, and I think it was the Friday evening, I perceived Staff Sergeant Steve Halliday to be the one in charge. Given my understanding of the risk manager's functions and roles, once Staff Sergeant Al Carroll took over management of the scene, he would have been in charge. And then when Steve Halliday, who was his direct report or his superior, came on the air or entered the scenario, he would have been in charge. So that's, now I'm not 100% sure if that's the actual chain of command at the time that Constable Dorrington provided that information or not. I don't know if a bolo was sent out, and maybe my error for not pushing that more clearly and directly up to Staff Sergeant Carroll or Staff Sergeants Halliday. But at the time, certainly radio would have been the method that OCC had used, and I think we had just about everybody there would have access to a radio at that time, although and a bolo probably would have been a little more thorough.
Okay, thank you for answering that for us, Mr. O'Brien. My next question pertains to the Blueberry Field Road, which we recognize wasn't known as such on the 18th and 19th. But there were a few comments that you made in response to questions from Ms. Mancini about.
How does this junk continue? Like their own photo, whatever. They want to say their own little video clip. Dean Dillman's statement and the video from Great Village, from the gas station. Chari, quit saying this. Like it's all a lie. That's a lie. And they know it. They just keep selling it. Dash cam footage at the end of the road, and if you asked for it, then you'd get to ask for all the other stuff, and you'd see all of what's going down. You'd see, fishers. You'd see all of it. Wow. Probably, I would assume that dash cam footage is probably on a mobile link. Heidi Stevenson, Chad Morrison. Can't have the dash cam, so you have to crush Blueberry. So fucking obvious. You people are transparent. It's about as awesome as your fucking shitty green screen. Derp.
Knowledge of the area and whether or not there was believed to be another way out. And certainly I understand from what you've shared with us today that you were quite certain, you weren't overly familiar with the area, but that you felt quite certain, as did others, that there was only one way in and one way out. But I also heard you say that you didn't believe it to be a passable road anymore. And the reason I'm flagging that is, and perhaps I misinterpreted your response there, but we know that yourself and others had access to a variety of map types, some certainly more clear than others perhaps. But your specific comment was you didn't believe it to be a passable road anymore.
Correct.
So do you recall having conversation with anybody in particular that led you to believe that at one point in time that road may have been passable?
I don't recall a conversation with anyone to that effect, but I have a vague memory of seeing a road designation on a map that extended off the main road a limited distance, but then just ended. Now, I don't know if that is what prompted a conversation or an interaction that led me to believe that that road was not passable anymore. I have a vague memory of seeing basically the road name or an indication on a map that there was a spur off the main road there, but nothing that's connected to anything else. But that alone wasn't what formed my opinion that it was not passable. And I wish I could remember what it was or who I had the conversation with that gave me to believe that the road was not an option for egress from the community. But I don't.
Okay, and I know, I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off there. When you say the main road, do you mean back to like Highway 2? Or
Highway 2.
Highway 2, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And this is a question associated again to knowledge or lack of knowledge with yourself and others. And I know you can't speak for others, but so you can only speak to yourself on this. I understand that you don't recall hearing Constable Pulford make mention of this possible other way out. Could it be that she was heard, but it was dismissed because it was already a foregone conclusion that there was no way out, no other way out?
I would doubt that simply because if she had information that this was an option for egress from the community, it would have been something that we would have wanted to explore as a possible escape route. And I find it hard to believe that anybody would dismiss that. Certainly if it was on the open radio, there would have been multiple people who would have heard that. My supposition with that is that she was stepped on, that meaning that as she transmitted, someone else transmitted at the same time. And as a person using our radio system, you may not be aware that someone transmitted at the same time. And you may, I know I talked with Staff Sergeant Al Carroll, and he says, I know I made a particular radio transmission that's not in the logs. I'm just assuming that someone stepped on me and I wasn't aware of it. One of the limitations of the trunk mobile radio system is that if two people broadcast at the same time and broadcast of the same duration, neither will know that their message did not go through, and anybody listening to the radio would not even be aware. They would hear interference, but not be aware maybe that someone had tried to broadcast.
Okay, thank you. This is my my last question, and it's again, it's a rather broad one, so I can break it down for you. And so I'm going to ask you to speak to it in terms of what a normal practice for you would be. But then I'm going to ask those specific questions again to you with respect to your role on the 18th and 19th. And it's really a communications piece in a number of ways. In a typical circumstance, as the NCO in charge of your shift, what was your normal practice of assigning duties to those in your command and ensuring that they did those? If you could just tell me, like, what was your typical practice if you were assigning a task to one of your members and ensuring it was complete?
My practice was to assign any tasks for the shift to the shift supervisor, the corporal, or the corporal's position, and let the corporal disseminate those tasks to his or her team as he or she saw fit. Follow-up would be dependent on the type of task, the time frame. If, say, we had a request from someone to do a patrol of a given area on a weekend because of an event that was going on, I would meet with the team leader who was working on the weekend and say, we need to ensure that there are patrols done of this area for this reason with these expectations. Then on Monday, when I read the shift report, I would expect to see indications on the shift report that those patrols were done. And if there was no indication on the shift report, I would speak with the supervisor at the next opportunity to find out if the task was done, and if not, why. Obviously, if it was a more time-sensitive or critical task, it would be assigned differently. There would be very few occasions when I would go to a member of the team without going through the corporal. That would have to be something that was urgent enough that I didn't, if the corporal wasn't in the office, I would just go directly to the team member.
Okay. Would there typically be a CAD number or a CAD log associated with the task?
Not if it was routine. If it were something that would require a file, then I would have a file created and generated, and follow-up would be in that manner, review of the file later. There's a number of tasks that would be assigned to the working team or a team that is going to be working at a given time that would not initiate a formal CAD task or a file. Maybe if we needed someone to move the mobile radar to another particular area, there's a log of where it's placed, et cetera, and that would be filled out by the member that moves it, but that wouldn't create a CAD task or any,
okay.
Yeah, anything like that.
The reason that I'm asking that, Mr. O'Brien, is I'm wondering what your process was, particularly on the morning of the 19th when you were in the field, when you would assign one of the members a task. For example, Constable Dorrington, you asked him to go check the scenes and you know, possible fires that were missed, understanding that you did so through a mental health lens. But if we were to take a scenario that you had assigned a task to one of the constables in the area, recognizing that that you were without a corporal at that particular time for that duty, how did you close the loop on that? How did you track what you were tasking, and how were you closing the loop to ensure that that got done?
There were very few tasks assigned at that time. When I arrived there, members were already posted to particular scenes. The only tasks per se that I would have assigned would have been when I asked Constable Dorrington to review the files to see if he could determine how many casualties we had. I don't recall following up on that, but I'm highly confident that I did and reported back to Staff Sergeant Carroll, or Staff Sergeant Carroll, who is very diligent, would have poked me about it. I should have added a CAD task to one of the files. I don't think that was done. Normally in a case like that, I would contact telecoms and ask them to put it on the CAD for me, on the task for me. At that time, things were a little hectic. Not that that's an excuse, but.
And I can certainly appreciate the many moving parts. And so that question really is a forward-looking type of question on how perhaps we can better support in the future task assignment and follow-up, and making sure that information that must get passed on gets passed on to the appropriate place. And so the second part to my question is related again to communications and closing the loop, and that's with respect to major crime that were on scene and were starting to commence their tasks. And I'm wondering how you, as being on the ground, communicated necessary information to major crime. Did you know who was in charge of major crime? And did you have any takeaway instructions from them?
I didn't have any communication with major crime on the 18th or 19th. We were holding the scene for forensic identification section as the next step. At no point on either of those 2 days did I have any conversation at all or communication. I do know who was in charge of major crime at the time. I knew most, if not all, of the members of the unit, but they obviously are housed in the same building in which we occupy. But their process didn't begin, to my eyes, on either of those days.
Okay. As an operational NCO at a major crime scene, would you typically have an exchange of information with the lead investigator from major crime?
Typically, yes. In that case, my role was not as the operations NCO. My role at that particular time was rather singular. It was scene management, and the corresponding with major crime would at that time have to come through the CIC.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that for me, Mr. O'Brien. I truly appreciate your time and response to my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. O'Brien. As I say, most days this is difficult work we're engaged in, and this is a difficult day for you. And we very much appreciate you being here with us and sharing your testimony with us. Again, it's greatly appreciated.
Certainly.
Thank you. I now have some brief comments for the participants present and the general public. Thanks so much to our council, Ms. Mancini, and involved participants and their council, along with our entire support team. I can confirm that the embargo is lifted as it applies to Mr. O'Brien's testimony today. I can also confirm that the video from today will be posted on our website as soon as possible. The video from yesterday's testimony, I can now confirm, is available on our website. Tomorrow, we will be in Truro to begin the first of 4 critical incident response related roundtables, and they will take place over the course of tomorrow and Thursday. So we thank everyone again for their participation today. Until tomorrow at 9:30 in Toronto. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, the media is not bribed. They're just a PR wing. Just a PR wing. I love that question when I ask somebody, a journalist, long time. I didn't want to come off tinfoily or anything, so I just said, you know, I find it very strange how, this is way before all this, so I was just very subtle about it. I'm like, I find it very strange that I keep seeing articles that appear by the same authors in here in Calgary, in three of the four papers. I'm like, that's kind of odd. There seemed to be a staff writer, and he's like, oh yeah, no, that's the way news works now. It's all satellite. We just are told what to write. And I said, well, I've also noticed the same story also appear verbatim in video news, TV. Oh yeah, that's the way it works. And I'm like, I was just playing dumb, right? And he said, yeah, you can't write anything unless you're told to. Otherwise you're fired. He said, that's why I quit. I retired. I couldn't have my name sullied like that. Didn't want to sell a soul. Told Dorrington to go over, I get squishy and soft, what lies. Oh, Dorrington. Did O'Brien speak to the families at all? No, not that I know of. Blueberry Field Road, that's why I harp on about it, is very, very important, because dash cam opens dash cam all across Nova Scotia for every scene, for every car. They don't want you to look at dash cam. Where's that? There you go. I could have sworn I stuck it here.
This program is rated for.
Oh. What happened here? Where's it? Now, since they've messed up my stuff, this makes it more difficult. Well, I can try it this way. The audio is going to be really crappy, but oh yes, okay. So you can't share audio, of course. Derp. Fine. Crime beat. It's not particularly important, but I guess the little lead up thing is it.
March 29th, 2018 started out like any other, and then
the details of that day never told me. Never.
Cleared here, 10:33. Officer hit. Suspects down. We need ambulance here right away.
It felt like very surreal. Like people.
One moment. This is why they want Blueberry. Plus the timeline all falls apart. Just wait. Here we go.
at home after his shift.
I was on call, so I was in a police car. But I'm just, listening to music and driving home, and all of a sudden I see this blue Ford Explorer coming towards me, and I was like, oh, I wonder if that's the one. So I turned around and attempted to catch up. From what I can recall, he was at least doing 150 because I was doing over 200, and it took me some time to catch up to him. I had readied my patrol carbine at that point because something was telling me that this isn't right and this is probably the vehicle.
10-4, we're doing 140 heading towards Highway 22. Turning right towards Evansburg here.
Corporal Tobin finally caught up to the vehicle about 20 kilometers south of Evansburg. He was able to confirm it was the suspect's vehicle. Betahar refused to pull over, and that's when a pursuit began.
You have to get guys called out. You have to get roadblocks set up.
The detachment commander, veteran RCMP Sergeant Brian Topham, was notified.
I grabbed my my duty belt and soft body armor, and then I jumped in the police car and I headed to where they were on Highway 16, just west of Evansburg. Other detachments were contacted, neighboring detachments were contacted, and they kind of converged on Highway 16.
Each of the RCMP vehicles recorded dashcam video of the pursuit.
I just saw a sea of red and blue lights behind me. There must have been, I'd say, like 15 police cars behind me.
10-4.
The key point here. See? They all have dash cam. All cars have had dash cam. All RCMP cars have had dash cam forever. You get to hear everything that's going on. You get to see everything. They don't want you to touch dash cam. Blueberry Field. Oh, don't worry. He just got out. They won't ask for it. I know. This one I can say 100%. That they have dash cam footage from down there. So don't try and say they don't. Exclusive video that Global they only use it once in a while, right? But it's going back how many years? Oh no, it's time-stamped. Their shit's time-stamped.
I wonder if that's the one. So I turned around and attempted to catch up. From what I can recall, he was at least doing 150 because I was doing over 200, and it took me some time to catch up to him. I had readied my patrol carbine at that point because something was telling me that this isn't right and this is probably the vehicle. 10-4, we're doing 140 heading towards Highway 22. Turning right towards Evansburg here.
Corporal Tobin finally caught up to the vehicle about 20 kilometers south of Evansburg. He was able to confirm it was the suspect's vehicle. Betahar refused to pull over, and that's when a pursuit began.
You have to get guys called out, you have to get roadblocks set up.
The detachment commander, veteran RCMP Sergeant Brian Topham, was notified.
You'd see all the roadblocks, you'd hear all the radio calls, you'd see where all the members were, you'd see absolutely everything. Every scene. Do you see why they don't want why they're trying to sell Blueberry Fields so hard?
I grabbed my my duty belt and soft body armor, and then I jumped in the police car and I headed to where they were on Highway 16, just west of Evansburg. Other detachments were contacted, neighboring detachments were contacted, and they kind of converged on Highway 16.
Each of the RCMP vehicles recorded dashcam video of the pursuit.
Each of the vehicles recorded dashcam recorded the pursuit. Do you see what I'm saying? This is what they don't want. You get to hear all the calls. They would be time-stamped. I believe they all are. And the metadata is buried in it. You'd know everything to the second. Everywhere. That's a problem. A big problem. And they have it. They have it. There's very few things in life I can say with 100% certainty, but that one I can. As close to 100% certainty, let's say. That's a problem. A big problem. Okay. In this report, they cover it, this particular report, they cover it quite thoroughly. Dash cam footage, exclusive video. They show the takedown.
Highway in order to prevent traffic from flowing down. Update for everybody, we're coming up on Range Road 112 right now. Current speed's just under 150 kilometers an hour.
Betahar drove at incredibly high speeds up and down the highway and dodged 4 spike belts before finally
That's a hit on the spike belt. Get those spike belts out of the way, boys. Good job.
But that still didn't stop him.
He's bound determined to get away, or he wanted to. He drove that vehicle until it mechanically could not go any further.
I got there just as they were coming back west at one of the range roads that were west of Evansburg. And so I was able to find a crossover, and then I was in amongst the first batch of vehicles that were directly behind our suspect.
His tire is gone. It's rolling down on the shoulder. Just under 70 kilometers an hour. I don't know how much more that vehicle is going to stay on the road. It's shaking pretty bad. He's still losing lots of parts, so it can't be much longer. He's got sparks and metal chunks going everywhere here now. He is down to 40 kilometers an hour, 20, 30 kilometers an hour, 20 kilometers an hour.
He is stopped. He is stopped. We're approaching.
So my goal at that time was to
crime beat. We can use other ones. You can go to, where is it? I got quite a few of them. Of course, you had.
Until today, this was the only publicly available video showing the events in March. Earlier this week, Fort Chipewyan First Nation Chief Alan Adams said he and his wife were stopped after leaving a casino because of expired license plates. Then things escalated.
No way in any circumstances should an RCMP put his hands on you, let alone give you a clothesline and do excessive damage to one person's face.
Tonight, his lawyers have submitted the police dashcam video, which gives a much clearer picture of what happened. Now, Chief Adams' lawyer wants to use that video to have assault charges dismissed.
He, as the leader, feels that he has to stand up and
Dash cam footage, dash cam footage, dash cam footage. How much do you think you'd see if you got all the dash cam footage? How much do you think you'd get to hear all the radio calls, everything, in-car radio? It would have to match all the timestamps. The puppy playing with the toy in the background. See, you can go to YouTube. Let's see. You put in RCMP dash cam. I like the ones that are officially off their own channel too. You know, like this one. Maybe this is right along. Oh no, they've got some here. Okay, they have their own where they say, you know, like RCMP. Here we go. Here we go. RCMP TV. You know, November 2016. Oh, we don't have that technology available. Really? They're all equipped with it. Big problem. Huge problem. I don't know, but I have a suspicion that a lot of this stuff is uploaded to the cloud real time. Heidi's seen. Chad's seen. Chad. Fishers. All the cars. All got to be where they say they are. When they say they are. All officers. All calls. Everything. Fourth, that's a big problem. RCMP dash cam captures meteors. RCMP held at gunpoint. RCMP, you know, it just goes on and on and on. Dash cam footage would be stored on the same cloud pesky wait station. Do we know if Wortman got a dash cam? Yes, he did. Interesting. That was one of the things he had on his car. Problem. Big, big, big. Like, very. Do you see why Blueberry Road was such a problem? You must buy what we're selling. Mechanical disruption on the car. Yeah. You know, I don't know, Dorrington's route. Driving around when he had those wellness calls he was supposed to do over on Cobequid that he didn't do. You'd have the video of the pullover. Not that photo. I like how they chroma one of the photos. Is that what it's called? Chroma or whatever? I saw one of the photos in the, you got a color version and you got a black and white version of the Dorrington thing. Pullover of Wortman. Oh, that would be recorded. Would it match up with Heidi stuff? Or sorry, Vicky Colford's statement? Or his own? Which would it do? How about Vicky Colford's dash cam footage of Dorrington pulling over Wortman? You know, Shooby crash. Big problem. If you think about it, just, go away from this video today and let that one soak in. Gigantic problem. And it exists. That one I feel real certain about. Thank you very much for, hopefully you can just spread that word around too. Thank you very much for joining today, Black. Oh, you're goddamn right. All of it. Take their mobile workstation shit and all that. Oh, don't mean nothing. The dash cam recorded. Woo. Start crying out for it. It exists. God bless you all. Hello. God bless the 23. Thank you for joining.